So good morning everyone. So myself Nawin, I'm your strategic cost management faculty. So today we're going to start with our SEM UMR. Paper number 16, SEM and DM. I will discuss only SEM part here. So first we have to understand the overview regarding to the paper 16. So you already know we have two parts, SEM portion and DM portion. It occupies 60% of our question paper. It occupies 40%. But lot of students majorly focusing on DM portion only. Why? Because it is similar to cmainter. The problem standard also not that much of difficult. Okay, you can easily crack that 40% of the DM portion. But lot of students took a choice of SEM, particularly marginal costing and standard costing. The two chapters it occupies 40 marks. Only probabilistic point of view, not MCQs. If you MCQ added only the two chapters, if you focus, you will get 45 plus. Okay. When it come to in this EO, I will give a scratch to end of the SEM. I will give a subject clarity, I will give a concept clarity, and I will give presentation skills of SEM. Each and everything I will give. Trust me, you will get only 45 marks in SEM portion. If you focus more on DM, another 40. Only in SEM DM portion you will get 60 plus marks. Okay. Now, when it comes to chapters we have in SEM as per icmai weightage. Chapter 1, Introduction to Strategic Cost Management. It is a theory chapter. As per board weightage, 7 marks is the expected. Next, chapter 2, Quality Cost Management. This chapter, theory plus problematic. Expected marks as per ICMA, 7 marks. Chapter 3, Decision Making Techniques. In simply, marginal costing. What you learned in your management accounting. So in management accounting, there is a chapter name called Application of Short-Term Decision Making. Okay. So the application of short-term decision making, all questions covered in this decision making technique. On that chapter, we have a multiple units. The one of the unit name called decision making in alternative choices. That from that unit you will get 16 mark question. Okay, if you have a strong basic knowledge regarding to marginal costing as per group 2 management accounting, you can crack that 14 marks. But when come to the entire chapter weightage as per ICMA, 32 marks. Next, chapter 4, ABC management and just in time. From this chapter, 13 marks is the weightage, and the last chapter in SEM, chapter 5, evaluating performances. This is a technical name they given in your board book. In simple term, this is a chapter is nothing but standard costing. From this chapter, 19 marks is a weightage. Okay. Now, very important thing for every student, you have to understand the question paper trends. If you understand the question paper trends, you will get clarity in which area they are asking questions, in which chapter they are asking questions. That is the first need for every student. Not only in SEM, for every subject you have to pick that areas. That is nothing but past trend analysis. Now forget about the June 23 question paper. Why? Because there is no fixed pattern for June 23. After June 23, four question papers is there. You have to focus for past trend, that 4 question papers only. Now, December 23. Question number 2. It came from chapter 3. If they gives only 2 means it is a 14 marks question. If it is a 2A, 2B means 7 plus 7. But from December 23 to June 25, they asked 14 mark question, question number 2 from marginal costing. Next, question number 3A. This question also they are asked from chapter 3 itself. You can fix the slot. The concept name is transfer pricing. Okay. Next, question number 3B. This also came from chapter 3. For this question number 3B, you have to learn lot of concepts. Target costing, pricing decisions, probability decisions. Okay. So first unit you will get 14 marks. Next, transfer pricing 7 marks. Pending all units if you cover, you can easily crack that question number 3B. Now see, as per board estimation 32 marks. When it comes to the reality, 28, 14 plus 14, 28. MCQs is there, na? Are you clear? Next, question number 4A. It came from chapter 4. That is nothing but ABC management or just in time. Now, one thing you have to understand, from last trends, in June 23, they asked just in time concept. Next, June 23, ABC costing. Next, June 24, throughput accounting. Next, December and June, they are asked ABC only. So it means in this 4A, you can fix the slot called ABC costing. Next, when it comes to the question number 4B, it came from either chapter 1 or chapter 2. Why? Because the only one theory question they asked from the slot of 4B, either from the chapter 1 theory or chapter 2 theory. Next, question number 5. Chapter number 5, that is nothing but standard costing. Now, from compared to the 4 attempts, they are asking a question called reconciliation related problems. You have to calculate all types of variances called material variance, labor variance, variable overhead variance, fixed overhead variance, sales margin variance. After completion of the variance calculation, you have to do reconciliation with the standard versus actual. Okay. Now, out of 5 attempts, only in 1 attempt they are asked 5A, 5B. Remaining all attempts they are asked 5. That is nothing but 14 mark question. This is the trend for all. June 24, December 24, June 25. Clear? So this is the exam trend. So based on this, we can easily estimate, we can forecast our December 25 question paper. Same logic only. 14 mark question from chapter 3. 7 mark question from chapter 3, the concept, transfer pricing. 7 mark question, we can't fix the chapter name. We have to learn lot of concepts. Next, question number 4A. I can say chapter 4, either ABC or just in time or throughput accounting. Next, December 23 chapter 1, June 24 chapter 2, next June chapter 1 chapter 2. Now 7 marks we can expect from chapter 1 theory. 14 mark question from chapter 5 reconciliation. Very clear? If there is a no reconciliation, they will ask individual questions for 7 marks. They will ask one question relating to FOH calculation. You can fix. Why? Because that is the only difficult thing in standard costing. FOH for 7 marks, labor material for another 7 marks. Are you okay, sir? So this is our forecast question paper. Okay then. So without late, I will start chapter 4. Why? Because you can easily touch that question number 4a. Even though it is a fully difficult question, you can easily crack with the help of your knowledge. Now what is the name for chapter 4, ma? Activity based costing and just in time. This is a chapter name. In this chapter, we have 5 units. Unit 4.1 ABC. Unit 4.2 just in time. Unit 4.3 throughput accounting. Sir, you can use the word throughput accounting or throughput costing, no issue. Okay. Unit 4.4 backflush costing or backflush accounting. And unit 4.5 benchmarking. This is the theory chapter, ma. There is a no problematic portion in benchmarking. Okay, I will cover this benchmarking either in chapter 1 point of view or chapter 2 point of view. So I will discuss only problematic points. Unit 4.1 activity based costing. First thing you have to understand, it is a method, ma. Activity based costing is a method. Now when come to, if you plan for a production of a finished good, you have to ascertain the cost. Yes or no, ma? You have to finalize the cost element before sale. Why? Because you have to fix selling price based on cost plus profit only, no? Are you clear? You have to fix a selling price, you have to determine cost. That is nothing but cost assignment. Now, cost ascertainment. When it comes to the cost ascertainment, you have to focus on 2 types of cost. One is direct cost, another one is indirect cost. Can I name it as indirect cost is nothing but fixed cost? Are you clear? Can I name it as direct cost is nothing but variable cost? My notes, don't write any notes, ma. You have a good notes. I sent it already. So just understand the concepts. That is sufficient. Chapter 4.1, what's the page number? Yeah, 121, na? Okay. Now come to the direct cost and indirect cost. Tell me, ma, what's the knowledge you have regarding to this direct cost and indirect cost? Relating to the product. So the direct cost we can charge direct to the unit. Indirect cost we can't charge direct to the cost, direct to the unit. Yes or no? No? Yes or no? Now, when it comes to the direct cost, this is a cost we can easily ascertain or we can easily trace related to the output of a production or services. But when it comes to indirect cost, we can't trace directly. That's the name came indirect. Okay. Now, when it comes to if it is a traceable, no issue. The objective is you have to trace. Yes, traceability is possible. We can trace here. But when it comes to indirect cost, we can't trace. If it is a can't trace means I can't fix the selling price. I have to do I have to do something. Now that something is nothing but cost allocation. Cost allocation. The word cost allocation we learned in our cmainter over its chapter. Guys, clear? Primary distribution, secondary distribution, absorption overhead rate per unit. That absorption rate per unit calculation is nothing but ABC. Are you okay? Now when it comes to, for the purpose of cost allocation, we have two methods. One is traditional costing, is also be known as absorption costing. Then next is ABC costing. Do you understand what is the purpose of learning of ABC? For the purpose of cost allocation of what cost? Fixed cost. It not talks about variable cost, it talks about fixed cost or indirect cost. Sir, already we have this concept now, traditional cost and absorption costing. Then why they introduced this ABC costing? Why they are introducing ABC costing means they observed some flaws or mistakes in traditional costing. For rectification of that mistakes, they created a new concept name called ABC costing. Are you okay? Now the ABC costing purpose is accuracy. The purpose of ABC is what more? Accuracy. The word accuracy will not get clearly. With example only we will get the difference between traditional costing and ABC costing. So let us go with an example. Traditional costing. How to calculate absorption overhead rate? Anyone? Budgeted fixed overhead divided by budgeted hours. Budgeted fixed overhead divided by budgeted hours. Sometimes they will give in units point of view. At that time, budgeted fixed overhead divided by budgeted units. Now, if you use that formula, budgeted fixed overhead divided by budgeted hours, the outcome you will get budgeted overhead per hour. If you multiply with hours or requirements, you will get budgeted overhead per unit. Now this is our ultimate agenda. Are you okay? Or sometimes they will give directly units in the question paper. At that time, budgeted FOH divided by budgeted units, you will get an outcome budgeted overhead per unit. This is known as predetermined rate. Predetermined rate. So I am assuming, I am calculating, I am estimating per unit of fixed cost. Why? Because I need to charge it to the product. The charging of the product is nothing but allocation. Are you okay? Now the example, budgeted FOH equals to 10 lakh rupees. Budgeted hours equals to 5,000 hours. Now please calculate predetermined rate. The predetermined rate is nothing but absorption overhead rate. Are you clear? Now the predetermined rate over recovery rate over absorption overhead rate, we have a multiple names for that calculation. Now what is the calculation? Now answer please. What ma? 200. What? 200 per hour. 200 per hour. But what I required? Per unit. Are you clear now? Now, A, B, C. 3 products is there. Hours required per unit. For manufacturing of A per unit, you need 2 hours. For B, 3 hours. For C, 1 hour. Now you already calculated predetermined rate per unit or per hour? Per hour. Now, predetermined rate per hour 200, 200, 200. If you multiply these two, you will get overhead rate per unit. Now please tell me 400, 600, 200. Now tell me what is the difference between 200, 400, 600, 200? 200 is a predetermined rate per hour. Now that 400, 600, 200 is a predetermined rate of per unit. Now when you are preparing a cost sheet, direct material per unit, next labor cost per unit, variable cost per unit, fixed cost per unit. This is the concept we learned in our CMA intermediate. Are you clear? This is the one side of the coin. Are you okay? Now, the flaw identified in this 10 lakhs. This 10 lakhs is there now. This 10 lakh is not a single activity cost. This 10 lakhs is not a single activity cost. It is a pool of cost activities. It is a pool of cost activities. Now, out of this 10 lakhs, 2 lakhs is relating to mission related, 2 lakhs is relating to setup cost, 4 lakhs relating to material reorder cost, 2 lakhs is relating to handling cost. Are you clear? Now that mission related, setup cost, material reorder, handling cost are the activities. Now this tell me this 10 lakh is totally related to one activity or multiple activities? Multiple activities. But here you taken only single activity. Are you clear, sir? Now you divided with only what hours? Mission hours. Now that mission hours only relating to 2 lakhs. The only relating to 2 lakhs. But you calculated for total cost. That is the mistake in accuracy. Are you clear? Now what is the practicality? That 500 hours is there now. With help of that 500 hours, we can calculate with 2 lakhs only, not for remaining 8 lakhs. Now, for this, how to calculate predetermined rate? Divided with number of setups. Now, for this 4 lakhs, how to calculate predetermined rate? Number of orders. For this 3 lakhs, number of handlings. Guys, clear? That is the flaw we identified. Okay. Now that meaning of this calculation, this entire 10 lakhs influenced by mission hours. As per traditional costing, this entire 10 lakhs influenced by what hours? Mission hours. But what is the reality? Out of 10 lakhs, only 2 lakhs is influenced by mission hours. Are you okay? That is the two sides of the coin. Now tell me which one is given accuracy in a predetermined rate. ABC or traditional cost? ABC. Clear? The simple concept. Here the ultimate thing is we need to calculate predetermined rate per unit as per traditional concept, as per ABC. They will ask a questions 2 point of view. They ask a question as per traditional costing, as per ABC costing. Now, when it comes to ABC costing, this mission related setup cost, material reorder cost, and material cost is there now. That is called budgeted cost. Budgeted cost of total or specific? Budgeted cost of total or specific? Specific fixed overhead. Next, this number of hours, this number of setups, this number of orders, this number of handlings is there now. That is called activity driver. Activity driver. Now, overhead cost per unit equals to activity into cost driver rate. Activity into cost driver rate. Now, what is the cost driver rate here? For example, number of setups 26. What about the cost driver rate? 2 lakhs divided by 26. Okay. Now when it comes to number of orders are 50. 4 lakh divided by 50. How much? Something. Next, number of handlings are 12. As per traditional costing, you have only one overhead rate. When it comes to the ABC, you have a multiple cost driver rate. Why? Because we are considering all activities for accuracy purpose. Now, how to calculate cost driver rate, ma? Specific overhead divided by activity. Yeah? When it comes to the exam, we are following steps, ma. Step 1. First, calculate cost driver rate. You know how to calculate cost driver rate. How to calculate cost driver rate? Specific overhead divided by activity. Next, step 2. Allocation of overhead. Activity volume into cost driver rate. Activity volume into cost driver rate. Overhead cost per unit. Amount of overhead divided by number of units. Where you will get this amount of overhead? This activity volume and cost driver rate is multiplication is there, no? That is nothing but amount of overhead. So if you know this logical concept, you can easily handle all exam problems. Sometimes they will give step 1 answer. Sometimes they will directly give. Sometimes they will not give, they will give information. At that time we have to figure out. Are you got it, ma? So what is the step 1? Cost driver rate. Do you understand the purpose of ABC? What is the purpose of ABC? Fixed overhead is not a single cost. It is a pool of lot of activities. Now, if you influencing with only single factor, it is not that much of give accuracy. For the purpose only, we will divide cost into multiple activities. We find out in cost driver rate. Next, after cost driver rate calculation, we need to allocate. What is allocation? Number of activity volumes, number of setups they will give, number of orders they will give. If you multiply with cost driver rate, you will get a amount of overhead. Now, amount of overhead divided by number of units, you will get what? Overhead cost per unit as per ABC costing. Now, end they will ask, prepare a cost sheet. Prepare a cost sheet. What is a cost sheet? Raw material per unit, labor per unit, variable overhead per unit, fixed cost per unit. Where is the fixed cost per unit? Step 3 answer. Are you okay? Now, let us open our notes, ma. This is a soul of the ABC costing. Let us check with the individual points. Let us check with the individual points. This is a concept of cost ascertainment, direct cost, indirect cost. Which cost is traceable, which cost is not traceable? Direct cost you can trace, indirect cost we can't trace. So if you can't trace means it's not a topic. We have to do something. The something is nothing but what, ma? Cost is in a cost allocation. For cost allocation, traditional costing method is there, activity based costing method is there. When it comes to traditional costing basing, how to calculate how to allocate means based on what rate? Predetermined rate. Budgeted overhead divided by budgeted hours or budgeted units. When it comes to activity based costing, based on cost driver rate. Cost driver rate. Do you understand the example of cost driver rate calculation? How to calculate cost driver? Specific overhead amount divided by activity. Now, let us discuss the concept of traditional costing. The names are very, very important. Why? Because they will ask in different point of names in the question paper. Traditional costing, absorption costing system, conventional costing system. Sometimes they will ask a question called prepare cost sheet or prepare predetermined rates as per conventional cost system. The conventional cost system is nothing but traditional costing or absorption costing. How to allocate? How to allocate as per traditional costing? We will calculate predetermined factor with help of all influencing factor or only one influencing factor. As per traditional costing, only single influencing factor, either hours or units. We have some influencing factor. Based on that only we will predetermine. That is a word I highlighted, single. Highlight the word single. Allocates overhead on single predetermined factor. Now see here, as per overheads, some predetermined factors we have. Mission hours, labor hours, material cost, labor cost, prime cost and units. There is a chance for MCQ. In question paper, they will clearly say, as per traditional concept, which is the predetermined factor. Sometimes they will give prime cost, sometimes they will give material cost, sometimes they will give mission hours, sometimes they will give units, sometimes they will give labor hours. They will clearly say regarding to traditional costing. Now, overheads, primary distribution of the overhead, secondary distribution of the overhead. What next? Absorption of overhead. How you observe this? With help of predetermined rate. Now, this is the example we discussed. The next concept, activity based costing. Allocates overheads based on activities or cost drivers. Single or multiple? Multiple. That is a word I used. Activities, not activity. Traditional activity. When it comes to ABC, activities. More accurate product costing, better pricing decision. It helps what? Cost control. These are the advantages had by a ABC costing. Next, some of the important cost drivers. For example, if the fixed cost is ordering and receiving material cost, out of 10 lakhs, 2 lakh is relating to ordering and receiving material cost. At that time, the cost driver is number of purchase orders. Number of purchase orders. Next, if the out of 10 lakhs, 1 lakh is related to setup mission cost. Now the cost driver is number of setups. Next, out of 10 lakh, 50,000 is related to missioning cost, missioning fixed cost. At that time, the cost driver is mission hours. Next, out of 10 lakhs, 20,000 is related to assembling cost. At that time, the cost drivers are number of parts. Out of 10 lakh, 20,000 is related to inspecting and testing cost. At that time, the cost driver is number of test. Out of 10 lakh, 5,000 is relating to supervising cost. That cost driver is direct labor hours. So you have to understand one thing here. Labor hours is different, mission hours is different. So some companies focusing on labor intensive technique. Some companies are focusing on mission intensive techniques. Are you okay? Now the traditional concept, the word traditional represent outdated or old pattern. Why? Because in a old pattern, maximum of the manufacturing unit entities are using labor intensive technique. Now in modern era, all companies are focusing on missions. That's why ABC suits for modern era. Traditionally suits for outdated. Are you okay, sir? Next. If the activity of cost is painting cost, the activity driver are number of parts. So just for understanding purpose only, you will get a clarity based on the question itself. Next, activity cost driver rate. How to calculate activity cost driver rate? Specific overhead cost divided by activity driver. Next. Let's check the steps. Calculate cost driver rate for given activities. Specific overhead divided by activity driver. Calculate overhead cost with help of cost driver rate. Activity into cost driver rate, you will get amount of overhead. Calculate overhead unit cost. Amount of overhead divided by number of units. This, if you know these three steps, you can easily handle exam question of 7 marks. Now this is the advantages, disadvantages. This is a word they given, applicability and non-applicability, MCQ purpose. Now tell me, in which organizations we are using ABC, in which organization we are using traditional? I said one point. If the company focusing on mission oriented, ABC is the best option. If company focusing on labor intensive, traditional is the best. Next, if company focusing on multiple activities, ABC is the best option. If company focusing on only particular activity fixed cost, traditional is the best. The fixed cost only relating to mission. At that time, divided with mission hours is sufficient. No need to calculate remaining, because remaining pool of activity cost is not there. But when it comes to in organization, the 10 lakh is not a single activity, multiple activities. At that time, traditional is not suitable. Which one is suitable? ABC is suitable. Now, overheads are high. At that time, ABC is the best option. Next, product diversity exists. If product diversity exists, there is a multiple activities will come into the picture. If multiple activities is there, go with the ABC is the best option. Next, processor complex. Next, competitive pricing required. Service industries, mission intensive industries. Next, non-applicability, opposite to above. Overheads are low. Production are homogeneous. Simple production process, small organizations, labor intensive industries. Are you okay, sir? they can create a MCQ like this. Which one is the which situation we are using ABC? They will give 3 options relating to non-applicability, 1 option relating to applicability. Or they can create MCQ like this. They will give 3 options relating to ABC, 1 option D, both ABC, or all the above. This kind of MCQ they can create based on this concept. Are you clear, ma? Okay, then open your practical book. Illustration number 1. Understanding of the concept. A company manufactures 500 units of product AX. The following details are available. Material cost to manufacture. How much, ma? 1,50,000. Labor cost to manufacture. 2,65,000. Material reordering cost. 4,500. Material handling cost. 2,500. Material orders is given. Can I name it as activity? Material movement is given. 20. This also is second activity. Now, what is the requirement? What is the total material cost under ABC? Now tell me, material cost is a which cost? Variable cost or direct cost or indirect cost? We can trace directly. There is no complex calculations. Now the total material cost equals to material cost plus labor cost plus material reorder cost plus material handling cost. Why? Because we can trace directly. There is no allocation calculation. There is no cost driver calculation. We can consider directly. Now material cost 1,50,000, labor cost 2,65,000, material ordering cost 4,500 plus material handling cost 2,500. Total please 1,57,000. The point you have to understand in this problem, direct material cost, there is no complexity. What more? Material cost, sorry. Just a material cost, na? Now tell me answer. 1,57,000 correct only, na? So 1,57,000. We can trace directly. That is the point you have to understand. Okay. Next, when it comes to illustration number 2. Illustration number 2. This question asked in recent MTP, ma. June 25 MTP for 7 marks. But it is not worth of 7 marks. Production overhead of XYZ manufacturers private limited for 500 units of product AX. Mission oriented activity cost 1,35,400. Can I name it as a specific overhead cost? What is the specification here? Mission oriented is the specification. Next, material ordering overhead 69,570. This is another activity. Okay. Mission hours are 1.5 hours per unit. That problem talking about how many units? 500 units. Now the total mission hours equals to 500 units into 1.5 hour per unit. Now total mission hours please. 750 mission hours. Next, number of material orders are 6 per unit. We are talking about how many units? 500 units. Now, the total number of orders equals to 500 units into 6 per unit. How much more? 3000. What? Activity is very, very important. That 300 is per number of material orders. 3000 orders. If you don't know about the what it is, we can't understand the concept more. Are you clear? Now, what is the total cost of X per unit? What is the total cost X per unit? Cost driver rate calculation. Cost driver rate for material oriented activity. How to calculate cost driver rate for material oriented activity? What specific here? Material oriented activity fixed cost divided by mission hours. Are you clear, ma? Now, mission oriented activity FOH divided by mission hours. Tell me the calculation. 1,35,400 divided by 750 mission hours. How much ma? 1 గట్టిగా చెప్పండి నాన్న. 180 of what? Of what? Check with the denominator. What is the denominator talks about? Hours, sir. Now this is 180.5 per hour. 180.5 per hour. Next. Cost driver rate for material ordering overhead. Next. What is our calculation for cost driver rate here? Specific overhead. What is the specific overhead here? Material overhead, reorder overhead cost divided by what is the activity? Number of orders. That's why I explained the order list. 69,570 divided by 3,000 orders. Answer? 23.19 of what? Per order. Are you guys clear? What is the requirement? What is the requirement? Cost per unit. What you have here? Cost per order is there. Cost per hour is there. I want per units. Now, sir, it's a basic problem. That's why I am explaining material itself. Okay. Remaining all problems I will explain in notes. Cost sheet. Material cost per unit is given. How much more? 300 rupees. Labor cost per unit is given. 150 rupees. Variable cost information is not there in our question paper. Fixed cost is there. 2 activities. What are the 2 activities? Mission oriented activity. Cost per unit I needed, but I have per hour. Now per unit 1.5 hours. Cost driver rate 180.5. Now what is the answer? 270.80. Do you understand the concept? Step 1 cost driver rate calculation. Step 2 allocation. This is the allocation. Activity into cost driver rate. What is the activity? 1.5 hours is the activity. Cost driver rate is 180.5. Next, material reorder cost per unit. I don't have per unit, I have per order. Now per unit 6 orders. 6 orders into what about per order? 23.19. Answer? 139.130.14. The total? What more? 859.94. This is the cost. For this you can add markup. That is nothing but profit. You can say selling price. Are you guys clear? Now this is not that much of worth for 7 marks. Now the 7 mark questions came into the picture. Illustration number 3. If you understand this problem, you can crack all the entire concept involved in this problem. Illustration number 3. A company produces 4 products P, Q, R and S. The data relating to production activity are as under. Quantity of production 4,500 units, 13,640, 2,340, 18,350. Material cost per unit is given 12, 15, 25, 21. Next, direct labor hours unit. What is the meaning for this? Direct labor cost per unit? Direct labor cost per unit? No, it is a conversion. Per unit, product A require 2 hours. Product Q require 2 hours. Product R requires 5 hours. Product S requires 4 hours. You can observe they not mention rupee symbol here. That is called conversion. Are you okay? Next, mission hours / unit. What is the meaning for this? This also be known as conversion hours per mission for manufacturing of a unit. Per unit, 1.5 hours, 0.75 hours, 2.5 hours, 4 hours. Are you okay? What about this direct labor cost per unit? Conversion? No, it is cost per unit. Now raw material is there, direct material is there. You have to figure out indirect cost per units. Are you okay now? See, production overhead is given. Production overhead is given. Now please total it. $1,65,900, 8,760 plus 21,400 plus 44,690 plus 25,540, 545. What ma? 2,66,000. What ma? 295. Ma, if it is a just they gives 2,66,295, there is a no discussion. Total fixed cost divided by either budgeted units or budgeted hours. Budgeted units or budgeted hours. But this 2,66,295 is a not for single activity, it is for multiple activities. That is nothing but cost pool. Now what is the pool of activities we have? Out of 2,66,295, 1,65,900 is relating to mission oriented activity. For that, how to calculate a cost driver rate? Divided with activity. What is the activity here? Number of mission hours. Number of hours is not the right word because labor hours is there, mission hours is there. Which one is the right one? Mission hours. Next, out of 2,66,295, 8,760 rupees is relating to reordering of materials. Can I divide it with mission hours? Can I divide it with budgeted units? I need to divide it with the number of orders. Are you guys clear? Out of 2,66,295, 21,400 rupees is relating to setup cost. Can I find out predetermined rate for that? 21,400 divided by mission hours? Yes or no? No. That is the wrong calculation we did in traditional costing. Now what is the right calculation? 21,400 divided by number of setups. Is there a? Now my question, divided with individual setups or total setups? Why? Because P setups is given, Q setups is given, total setups also given 50. Now 21,400 divided by 50 are individual. 50. If you divided with total only, you will get per setup. Do you understand the logic behind that? Total amount for that 21,400 is not for 3. It is for 50. If you divided with 50, you will get setup cost per setup. Now multiply with individual, you will get individual cost. Very clear? That is the step 2 answer. What is the step 2? Activity into cost driver rate. Are you clear, ma? Same logic for all. Out of 2,66,295, 44,690 rupees is relating to administration overhead for spare parts. Here I can't divide it with number of hours or number of units. I have to divide it with number of spare parts. Now what is the answer you will get? Cost per spare part. Do you want cost per spare part or cost per unit? Per unit. Amount divided by number of units. Are you guys clear? That's it, ma. The following further information have been compiled. Product PQRS, number of setups individual is there, total is there. Next, number of material orders individual is there, total is there. Individual for amount calculation, total for cost driver rate calculation. Are you okay? Next, number of time material handling is there, number of spare parts is there. One thing missed, ma. One activity is missed. Mission hours. Where is the total mission hours? Where is the total mission hours? Total mission hours is not there. Information is there. Units is there. Conversion is there. Sum of all is known as total mission hours. Now, first, what's the illustration? Problem number 3. See the presentation, ma. Here you have to do working note. Working note for what? Mission hours. Activities. What is the step 1? Estimating cost driver rate. You have to write formula one time. So how to calculate cost driver rate? Specific activity overhead divided by volume of activity. Volume of activity. Now activities. Budgeted cost or specific cost, you can write any of the word. Don't focus on the words, understand the concept. Now you can go with the just simple cost in rupees. Okay, next, cost driver. Cost driver rate. Now what is the first activity? What is the first activity? Mission. I'm not writing full forms. I'm just going with the shortcuts. Material. Mission oriented activity. Mission oriented activity. Amount involved 1,65,900. At the time of cost driver, go with the name as well as volume. Now what driver you have to use? Mission hours. Mission hours. That is equal to something working note. Now cost driver rate, if you want, first calculate the mission hours. Now what is the P units? 4000 conversion 1.5 hours plus Q 30 640 conversion 0. R units 23 conversion 2.5 hours plus 18,350. Go with the M plus MRC logic. You can easily answer. 96,230 of what? Mission hours. 96,230 mission hours. Now cost driver rate 1,65,900 divided by 96,230. What ma? 1 point. As per board, they consider after point they consider only two values with round off with the third value. Next, what is the next activity? Material reorder order. Material order activity. Amount please. What ma? 87,060. Now what is the cost driver we have to use? Number of orders, number of material orders. Number of material orders. Total or specific? Total. 30 orders. Cost driver rate 292 per order. What about this 1.72? Per mission hour. This specification is very, very important. If you miss that specification, you will confuse. Next, setup cost, amount involved, cost driver, number of setups are 50 setups. $428 per setup. Next, what ma? Spare parts. Amount involved ma? What ra? 44,690. Cost driver we are using ra? Number of spare parts. How many? 36 spare parts. Cost driver rate ra? 1241 per spare part. What next? Material handling cost. Amount involved 545. Cost driver we are using. Number of handlings, number of handlings. How many handlings? 81 handlings. Answer? I'm not getting bro. 31.37 per handling. Step 1 completed. What about this step 2? Allocation of overhead. Particulars P, Q, R, S. Now what is the first activity? Instead of particulars, you go with the activity also. Mission oriented cost. How to allocate mission oriented cost? Number of mission hours into cost driver rate. number of mission hours into cost driver rate. For P, how many mission hours? Here. 4,500 into 1.5. 67 mission hours into cost driver rate also specify about per hour. Na? What about the per hour? 1.72. What ma? 11,610. Now when it come to Q, mission hours please. 13,640 into 0.75. 10,230. What about per hour? 1.72 only, na? 17,595. What about R? Into 2.5. 5,850 into 1.72. 10,062. Yes. Answer? 1,26,248. Any doubts up to here? Next allocation. Material ordering cost. How to allocate material ordering cost? Activity into cost driver rate. What is the activity here? Number of orders into cost driver rate. Now what is the number of orders of P? 3 orders per order. 292. Answer? 870. Okay, next directly tell me the answers. What Anna? One minute. Okay, next. Next. Do you understand the allocation? Yes or no? What is the next? Setup cost. How to allocate setup cost? Number of specific setups into setup cost per setup. That setup cost per setup is nothing but cost driver rate. Easy only, na? Same mode of problems they will ask in the exam. Step 1, step 2, step 3. $876 next. Q 3504 R 876. Yes. 35. Okay. What's the next one? Setup cost. Allocation how? Number of setups into cost driver rate. For this I will do working note. Number of setups of P 3. Cost driver rate 428. Now tell me the answers directly. 1, 2. What about Q? 704. What about R? 2140. What about S? 10,272. Next ma. Spare parts. How to allocate this spare parts? Number of spare parts into cost driver rate, that is nothing but cost per spare part. Number of spare parts please. 6. Cost driver rate 1241 na? Answer 7440 9 6. Next. Next Nana. 94. So number of setups please. Q. 15 per setup 1241 na? Now the answer. Are you confusing ma? What about R? 3723. What about S? 14 892. All allocation done na? Material handling cost is there. Material handling cost. Allocation. Number of handlings into cost driver rate. Number of handlings of P. 6 handlings per handling. 315.37. Answer 1 1892.2. Next answer 9461. Next 28. Next 11,353. Please total it ma. P total, Q total, R total, S total. $21,000, $23,000, 108.22. This is the known as amount of overhead of P. Are you clear? Amount of overhead. What about Q? Do individual ma. One person please calculate R, one person please calculate S. $56,880. Next ma. R, anyone? 19,639. Yes please. 1,66,269. Now step 3. What is the step 3? Divided with number of units. Number of units given in the question paper. What about P units? 4,000. Q 13,000. R 2340. S 18,350. So what is the outcome you will get ma? Overhead cost per unit. Overhead cost per unit. What are the values? 5.31. 5 point? Ma, I mean live ma, don't say mistakes ma. They feel I don't have knowledge. What next? 4.17. 8.39. Next 9 point. Are you clear? Case 1. Select suitable cost driver of each item, overhead expenses, and calculate the cost per unit of cost driver. Completed? Case 2. Using the concept of activity based costing, compute the factory cost per unit of each product. Case B. Statement showing factory cost per unit. These headings are very, very important. You are not a inter student, you are a final student. You have to convey each and everything what you are doing. Are you okay? Now, particulars cost per unit. Material cost per unit. P, Q, R, S. Material cost per unit. 12, 15, 25, 21. Labor cost per unit. Last column. What ma? 8, 9, 27, 25. So don't add directly that overhead cost. Sum of these two is known as prime cost. 20, 24, 50 to 46. Add overhead cost per unit. 5.13, 4.17, 8.39, 9.061. Factory cost per unit. 20. $55 point. Guys, clear? For they ask for 7 marks, present like this, that is sufficient. If they ask more than 7 marks, you have to show overhead cost per unit individually. Are you clear? For 7 marks, this is a sufficient calculation. Okay? If they ask more than 7 marks for this problem, the last call is there now overhead cost per unit. You have to calculate individually. How to get individually means you can see 11,600 divided by 4,500. You will get what? Mission oriented cost per unit. Are you clear? Next, 17,595 divided by 13,650. Are you guys clear? This kind of calculation also you have to say. But you can observe as per requirement, they not ask individual overhead classification. That's why we can say directly. Are you okay? Depends upon the time of the exam. So you tell me how much time it will take to solve this. You have a practice. 10 minutes. It depends upon the speed of writing. Why? Because subject is not that much of there. Are you okay? Clear? Based on time and based on requirement only, you have to fix the presentation. Are you okay, sir? Next, problem number 4. Illustration number 4. The budgeted overheads and cost driver volumes of XYZ are as follows. Cost pool, that is nothing but activity. Observe, in previous problem we used a name called activity. Instead of activity they used a synonymous cost pool. Names are not that much of important here. You have to understand the concept. It is called list of activities. The list of activities, I also use the name called cost pool. Next, budgeted overhead. Can I name it as a amount that is nothing but cost rupees? Next, cost driver, activity list. That is budgeted volume. I am using a name called volume of cost driver. Amount is there, cost driver is there. Can I find out cost driver rate? Okay. For this problem, presentation is not needed. Bacha problem only. Now, cost driver rate, please. Amount of material procurement divided by number of orders. Amount, please. 5,80,000 divided by 1,100. 527.27 of what? 527.27 per order. Next, 2,50,000 divided by 680 handlings. 367.65 per movement. 4,15,000 divided by 520 setups. 798.08 per setup. 9,70,000 divided by 8,400 hours. 11548 per mission hour. Maintenance hour, not mission hour. Per maintenance hour. 1,76,000 divided by number of inspections. 195.56 per inspection. Denominator says what it is. 7,20,000 divided by 24,000 mission hours. What ma? 30 per mission hour. Above is per maintenance hour. This one is per mission hour. Are you okay? Next. The company has produced a batch of 2,600 components. In above, this says PQRS. Here they are saying about only one product, that is AX15. Material cost was 1,30,000 per unit or total? 1,30,000 per unit or total? 1,30,000 per unit or total material cost? Total material cost. They need to mention 1,30,000 per unit or above. There is a no clue. That means 1,30,000 for 2,600 components. Are you guys clear? Huh? Next. The labor cost 2,45,000 for 1 unit or 2,600 units? 2,600 units. Now the usage activity said batch are as follows. They provided specific activities. Material orders 26, maintenance hours 690, material movements 18, inspection 28, setups 25, mission hours 1,800 hours. Now what is the requirement? Calculate cost driver rates. Yes, completed. That are used for tracing appropriate amount of overhead. The said batch, ascertain the cost of batch components using activity based costing. There is a not using a word called calculate per unit. Totally sufficient. Are you clear? Now material total is there, labor total is there. I want overhead total individually. Now how you get overhead? Cost driver rate is there. Allocation is nothing but amount. Now please allocate. Number of orders 26 into 527.27. What ma? 13,709. Next ma. 690 maintenance hours per maintenance hour. 115.48. Go with there are given information only. Are you clear? Now the first one is material order. 26 orders is there. What about per order? 527.27. Next one, maintenance hours is there. What about per maintenance hour? 115.48. Next, Material movements is there 18 per movement 367.65. Inspections 28 inspections per inspection 195.56. Are you get these values ma? Next, setups 25. Number of setups please 798.08. 5476. Next, inspection I completed, setups completed, mission hours 1800 mission hours. What about per mission hour? 30 per mission hour. Now the answer 54,000. Now what is the cost sheet here? Material cost 1,30,000 plus labor cost 2,45,000. You will get prime cost, add individual, not total. So individual cost, material procurement cost 13,709, material handling cost 6,618, and setup cost 19,952, maintenance 79,681, quality control 5,476, machinery 54,000. That is a cost sheet. See here. Now for this problem, in detailing cost sheet is we can write. Why? Because there is no complexity. Why? Because they provided only single unit, single output. In previous problem, they provided multiple outputs. It will be time consuming. Do you understand the presentation? Clear? Next. Come to illustration number 5. Come to illustration number 5. AML Limited is engaged in the production of 3 types of ice creams. Products: cocoa, strawberry, vanilla. The company presently sells 50,000 units of cocoa at 25 rupees per unit, strawberry 20,000 units at 20 rupees per unit, and vanilla 60,000 units at 15 rupees per unit. What is the per units? Selling price only, no? They provided number of units and selling price per unit. Okay. The demand is sensitive to selling price, and it has been observed that every reduction of rupees 1 per unit in selling price increase the demand for each product by 10%. In market, if your demand increased by 10%, your selling price decreases to 1 rupee. Are you okay? Next. Up to here, they're saying only about units and selling price. It's not related to the cost sheet. Yes or no, ma? Now, tell me the cocoa units. 50,000, huh? At that time selling price 25. Strawberry 20,000 at the time selling price 20. Units of vanilla 60,000, selling price 15. They expressing a logic if units are increased by 10%. 60,000, 55, sorry. 10 into 110%, 50 into 110%, 55,000 units. Selling price 24. 20 into 110%, 20 into 110, 22,000 units. Selling price 19. Next, vanilla 10% increase, 66k. Selling price decreases to 14. Now again increase 10%. It will be continue. They said only if increment in 10%, selling price will fall by 1 rupee. Increase it. 55 into 110. 60.5k na? Now the answer 23. Strawberry 22 into 110. 24,000. 24.2k. 18. Vanilla 6. 13. You can increase another 10% also. Are you clear? But after completion of the question, you will get some clarity. Now see the question again. The company has production capacity of 60,500. It means, what is the selling price? 23 rupees. That is the purpose of this calculation. Clear, ma? In market, there is a lot of demand. But what is my capacity? Can I produce more than my capacity? No. Are you understand? Next, 24,200 units of strawberry. The selling price is 18. 72,600 units of vanilla. The selling price is, do you understand what is the purpose of this highlighted lines? Selling price calculation. For what? Demand units or production units? Capacity of production units. Next, ma. The company markup 25% of the cost of product. The management decide to apply ABC analysis. For this purpose, it identifies 4 activities as a store support cost. The cost driver rates are as follows. Step 1 completed. Cost driver rates they already calculated. Ordering activity 800 per order. Delivering activity 700 per delivery. Self stocking 199 per order. Customer support and assistance 1.1 rupee per unit sold. Now, store and support cost of amount is not a single cost. It is a pool of activities. Are you clear? In as per previous knowledge, in question paper they will use stores cost. Stores cost of something. Now we feel that that entire amount is related to stores only. But when come to the reality, that entire amount not relating to the stores, it relating to a lot of activities. Ordering activity, delivering activity, self-stocking activity, customer support and assistant activity. Okay. Now the other relevant information for the product is as follows. Direct material cost per unit is given, direct wage cost per unit is given, number of orders is given, number of deliveries is given, self-stocking hours is given. Okay. Under the traditional costing system, store support costs are charged at 30% of prime cost. Highlight this point. Under traditional costing system, store support costs are charged at 30% of prime cost. Now when it comes to the requirement, calculate the unit cost and total cost of each product at maximum level using traditional costing. Traditional costing. Now as per traditional costing, what is the cost sheet? Direct material cost per unit, yes, given. Labor cost per unit, yes, given. Next, you will get a prime cost. Any variable overhead is there? No. There is no variable overhead. you have to add fixed overhead per unit. That is nothing but allocation. Now, as per traditional concept, they're saying that the allocation is nothing but prime cost into 30%. Now, variable cost plus fixed cost is nothing but total cost. Traditional costing concept completed. Are you guys clear? Okay, now. Now you have already number of units. Number of units into cost per unit, you will get total values. That is, I said already clearly at intro. Traditional costing concept is that not that much of difficult. They can say directly. Now fixed overhead absorption rate calculation is nothing but 30% of prime cost. But when come to the ABC, CDR completed, cost driver rate. Now you have to allocate. Allocate divided by number of units, you will get per unit. Now you have to put that per unit in cost sheet. Are you clear now? Okay. Take a break. After break, we will present the solution. So come to the illustration number 5. So what is the first requirement? Calculation of unit cost, total cost as per traditional costing. How many products is there, ma? 3 products, huh? Cocoa ice cream, strawberry, vanilla. Direct material cost per unit. Given information directly, yeah? Per unit rupees. Direct material cost per unit, how much more? 8, 6, 5. Labor cost is there? Direct labor cost per unit. 5, 4, 3. Prime cost per unit. Please tell me prime cost per unit. What more? 13, 10, 8. Add what cost? Stores and support cost. I already said when it comes to the traditional concepts, there is no discussion of cost driver rate. There is a single volume or a single rate. For that, what the clue they given ma? The manage here is a ABC. Yeah. Under traditional costing system, store and support costs are charged at 30% of prime cost. In theory explanation, I said there is a predominant factors related to traditional costing. Material cost, labor cost, prime cost, mission hours, units. Out of that, prime cost is one of the point only, no? At the rate of 30% of prime cost. I hope you already know the prime cost, no? Apply it. 13 into 30%. What more? 3.9. 3. 2 point. Total cost per unit. Please. 16.9. 13. 10.4. This is a per unit calculation. You also calculate total cost. How you get total cost? Cost per unit into number of units. Number of units is there. Two types of units is there. What units I have to consider? Production unit. Why? Because I am calculating production cost. Number of units produced. Don't consider this. Production units are 60,500, 24,200, 72,600. What more? 60,200 units, 60,500 units, 24,200 units, 7,600 units. Now direct material cost. How we get direct material cost? Number of units into direct material cost per unit. Values please. 60,500 into 8. 4 lakh. 24,200 units into 6 rupees. 1,45,200. 72,600 units into 5 rupees. 3,63,000. Direct labor cost. Number of units into direct labor cost per unit. 3,02,500. 96,800. 2 lakh 70. 17,800. Prime cost. 7,86,500. 2 lakh. Next. 5 lakh. 80,800. Stores cost. You can apply direct 30% also. You can apply direct prime cost into 30%, or you can go with the units into per unit. Now answer. 2,35,000. Okay. 72,000. Okay. Okay. Total cost please. 10 lakh. 22,450. 3 lakh. 14,600. 55,000. Are you okay now? Now, sir, I have a clarity. Why? Because they are asked cost per unit and total cost. Then why they provided demand fluctuations? Selling price purpose they given, no? Yes or no? It is irrelevant for this calculation. If they ask profitability, what is the sales? Production units into determined selling price minus total cost, you will get profit. Do you understand the logic, ma? There is a chance for creating question like that. So if you feel only this is the calculation, that is wrong. For this requirement, the sale value is not required. If they change the question like I want profitability, you have to consider sale units, production units into selling price. At the time, the 3 sentences is required. Are you okay now? Next, ma. Now, I have another big doubt, ma. As per my knowledge, variable cost vary with change in level of output. Fixed cost remains constant. Now my point of view, store cost is nothing but fixed cost, no? Now fixed cost, why changing? Fixed cost remains constant, no? But you can observe the fixed cost. Don't confuse. The logic is variable cost vary with change in level of output. I will agree. What is the definition for fixed cost? Fixed cost is not vary with change in level of output. But here output changes as well as fixed cost also changes. Can I name it as a variable cost? Can I name it as a variable cost? No, sir. If the output is related to single product only, at that time the definition will works. There are three different products. For the cocoa ice cream point of view, if units are vary, fixed cost remains constant. If strawberry point of view, units are vary, fixed cost remains constant. Vanilla point of view, units are vary, fixed cost remains constant. But there are three different products. That's why fixed cost is different. Are you okay? Don't use that basic knowledge here. Are you okay? For example, this is the only discussion related to cocoa ice cream. Now units are vary now, but fixed cost remains constant. But they are not single product related units, they are multiple product related units. That's why multiple product have a different fixed cost. Okay now? Case A completed. What about the case B? Computation of cost per unit and total cost as per ABC. Particulars direct material cost per unit. When it comes to the direct cost, either traditional point of view or ABC point of view, it's a traceable. Now you can take direct values. Answers 8, 6, 5. Direct labor cost per unit. This also be a direct cost. We can trace directly. Values 5, 4, 3. You will get what cost, ma? Prime cost per unit. Please. 13, 10, 8. Add stores cost. Add stores cost. Can I apply 30% on prime cost? That is a traditional method. Now what is the ABC? Step 1, step 2, step 3, you will get that answer. Yes or no, ma? Stores cost per unit. For this you have to do working note. If you insert the values, you will get what cost, ma? Total cost per unit. Are you clear? Next, I have a clarity. Next is total cost calculation. Give a space, then start the working notes. Working note. What's the first working note? Estimation of cost driver rate. Estimation of cost driver rate. Given in the question, step 1 is not required. Then you can directly go with the step 2. What is the step 2? Allocation of overhead. Allocation of stores cost. Now what are the things we have to consider? Activity, cost, cost driver, cost driver rate. sorry. This is a steps for step 1. When it comes to the activity, volume of particulars first consider cost driver rate. Now what are the cost driver rates? You can observe here I am missing my presentation. So if I miss my presentation, we will do strike-offs. Now the planning is very, very important. If you write like this also be a wrong presentation. Why? Because cost driver rate is not for cocoa, strawberry and vanilla. Now which one is the best way to present? Anyone? For allocation? Allocation. Allocation is a simple concept. Activity into cost drivers. Activity into activity products. Now what is the first activity? Ordering cost. How to allocate this ordering cost? Number of orders into cost driver rate. Clear? Understand how many mistakes we are doing here? Just for presentation purpose, concept we know. Now when it comes to cocoa, number of orders? 35 orders. Cost driver rate? 800. Cocoa value 20. Strawberry what ma? 24,000. Vanilla 12,000. What next activity? What ma? I'm not getting. Delivering cost. Number of delivers into cost driver rate. Calculation. Number of deliveries of C 112 into delivering cost. Answer. What ma? Okay, done. Strawberry 40. 6,600. 200. Vanilla. Next allocation. Shelf stocking. What is our activity? Activity is specified. Self-stocking hours is given. You have to consider this activity. Self-stocking hours into cost driver rate. What more? 25,870. What about the strawberry? 850. What about vanilla? 31,840. Any other more? Customer service and support. Now what are the activity? Now see here. Per unit sold. Number of units into per unit sold. Now what is the number of units sold ma? Number of units sold into cost driver rate. 60,500 into 1.1. 66,550. Strawberry 620. Vanilla 79,860. That's it. Now you will get a total allocation. Strawberry allocation, please. 1,98,820. Strawberry. 670. Vanilla. 1,57,300. What you want? Divided with the units, you will get cost per unit. Number of units. Number of units, please. 60,500. 24,200. 72,600. Now you will get overhead cost per unit as per ABC. Answer 3.29. 5.23. 4. Round off with the element 3 only. 2.17. Now put here 3.29, 5.23, 2.17. Now you will get total cost per unit, please. 16.29, 15.23, 10.17. Now you have to calculate totals also. Material cost already calculate. Tell me the answers. 4,84,000, 1,40,200, 3,63,000. Labor cost, please. 3,02,500, 96,800, 2,17,000. I am not writing prime cost. I am directly adding the stores cost. Space is not there. But you have to present prime cost also. Add stores cost. 803. Next. 26,663. 3. Total production cost 9,85,000. 303. Okay. 3,68,663. 7,38,124. Please compare total cost as per traditional costing, total cost as per ABC. What is the total cost as per traditional costing? 10,22,450. But what is the accurate value? 9,85,303. They overly charged. They overly charged. If they overly charged, profit will be increased or decreased? Increased or decreased? Increases. We are collecting. We are collecting from the customer overly. Are you clear, ma? Next, strawberry point of view. 3,14,600 charged from customer as per traditional. What is the accurate value we have to charge? 3,68,663. Overly charged or underly charged? Underly charged. It means profit what happened? Decreases. Are you clear, ma? Next, vanilla, ma. As per traditional, 7,55,040 rupees they charged from the customer. But ABC point of view, what is the chargeable value? 7,38,124. Overly charged or underly charged, ma? Profit will be increase. Now you have to show that in the comparison statement. Sometimes they will ask, sometimes they will not ask. Even though they are not asking, as per board book solution, they prepared a comparison statement. Okay. Now open your notes, see the comparison statement. For problem number 7, I will write comparison statement. For this, just an understanding purpose. First, we have to write traditional costing per units, total cost per unit, and ABC cost per unit. The difference is to traditional costing minus ABC. Now, as per subject, they collected 16.9 rupees as per traditional. For accuracy purpose, you have to charge what? 16.286. If you follow traditional costing, you will collect more compared to the ABC. Now, when it comes to the strawberry, as per traditional, they are charging 13 rupees. If you follow ABC, you have to charge 15.234, but you collected 13 rupees only. The gap is loss only, na? Do you understand the logic, ma? Next, as per traditional, they are following 10.4, they are collecting. But if they follows ABC, what is the real collectible value? 10.167. Clear? For this purpose only, we are using ABC. The same thing for total also. Traditional costing total cost and ABC total cost. The difference is nothing but traditional costing versus ABC. When it comes to illustration number 6, read the question, speed up. In that problem, per unit losing 1 rupee only. If you multiply with 1 crore units, how much you are losing? 1 crore rupees. If you multiply with 10 crore units, 10 crore is a loss. That's why lot of companies are choosing ABC methodology. Are you clear, sir? Now here, my point, the differences came because of direct cost or indirect cost? Yes, that is a discussion. In traditional or ABC, direct cost is not impacted. Which one is impacting here? Indirect cost. The gap came because of indirect cost allocation. Are you okay now? Illustration number 6. XYZ Limited make 3 main products using broadly the same production method and equipment for each. The conventional product, what is the meaning for conventional? Traditional. The conventional product costing system is used at present, although activity based costing ABC system is being considered. They are identified flaws in traditional, that's why they're planning for ABC. As a cost accountant, you have to show traditional point of view advantages and disadvantages, ABC point of view advantage and disadvantages. Then they will pick which one is suitable for their organization, either traditional costing or ABC costing. Next, details of the 3 products for a typical period are product names XYZ, labor hours per unit. 1 unit require 1.5 hours. For manufacturing of X per unit, you have to use 1.5 labor hours. For manufacturing of Y per unit, you have to use 0.5 hours. For manufacturing of Z, you have to use 2 hours per unit. Mission hours also same logic. For manufacturing of X, you have to use 3.5 hours for manufacturing of 1 unit. 2 hours for Y, 5 hours for Z. Material rupees per unit is given directly. and volume units also given. Are you clear? Now if you multiply volume units into labor hours per unit, you will get a labor hours. If you multiply volume of units into mission hours, you will get a mission hours. Are you clear, ma? Next. Direct labor cost are rupees 8 per hour, and production overhead are absorbed on a mission hour rate basis. Highlight the word mission hour rate basis. Mission hour rate basis. What's the meaning for that mission hour rate basis? That point related issue they said in above. Conventional product costing system is used at present. Present they are charging fixed cost at absorption on mission hours. That is a clue we have. That mission hour is a clue for what costing? Absorption costing. In previously they said not 30% of the prime cost. Here is a logic, mission hour rate. Next ma. The rate for the period is 18 per mission hour. 30% on prime cost. Here they directly said 18 rupees per mission. But I don't want 18 rupees per mission hour. I want per unit. Are you clear, ma? In cost sheet, what I need to prepare? Direct material cost per unit, labor cost per unit, indirect cost per unit. But that 18 rupees per unit or per hour? You have to multiply with the conversion, you will get per unit. Traditional costing is completed. Okay, then fine. Further analysis shows that the total production overhead can be divided as a follow. Now the meaning of this sentence, the production overhead is not a single activity cost, it is a multiple activity cost. But as per traditional costing, you charge that per hour basis. That is a flaw. Okay. Now, amount is not given. In previous problems, they specified the amounts. Here, the amounts are not specified. Instead of amounts not specified, they provided percentages. If you know the total production overhead, you can get individual values. It means you have to do working note for total production overhead calculation. Next, 30%, 25%, 22%, 23%. Now the activities list is given. The following activity volumes are associated. Number of setups, number of movement of materials, number of inspections. Now you are required to, what is the case here? Calculate the cost per unit of each product using. So here you need not to calculate total, you just prepare a statement called per unit statement. Now see. Problem number? What is the case here? Cost per unit as per traditional costing method, or you can use a word called conventional also, no issue. Particulars, X product, Y product, Z product. Raw material cost per unit is given. Material cost per unit is given. How much? 25, 15, 13, 30. Next, labor cost per unit is given. No, they provided labor cost per hour. Now, labor cost per hour into hour per unit. Now what is the labor cost per unit? Oh sorry, labor cost per hour 8. What is the usage? 1.5 hours. Answer 12. When it comes to Y, 8 rupees per hour, conversion hours 0.5 hours, 4 rupees. Next, 8 rupees into 2, 16 rupees per unit. This is a way to convert per hour rate into per unit. Next, any variable overhead? No, you will get a prime cost, right? Prime cost per unit 37, 19, 46. Add production overhead cost per unit. What is the clue we have? Per unit is given, per hour is given. How much? Production overhead cost per hour into hour per unit, mission hour per unit, mission hour per unit. Here, labor hour per unit. Now, what is the production overhead cost per unit? 18 per hour. Conversion, 3.5 hours. 63. Why? $18, 2 hours, 36. Z, 18 rupees. Conversion, 5 hours. 90. Total cost per unit. Total cost per unit, please. 100, 55, 1. KCA completed. What is the case B? Cost per unit as per ABC. Same format. Material cost per unit 25, 15, 30. Labor cost per unit, same calculation. 12. What more? 4, 16. Prime cost also not change. 37, 19, 46. Add production overhead cost per unit. Can I take above calculation? No, that is a traditional costing. Now you have to do working note. Now student had a doubt. What is the step 1? What is the step 1? Cost driver rate. How you calculate cost driver rate? Specific overhead divided by activity. Where is the specific overhead? 30%. 30% on total overhead. It means before step 1, step 2, step 3, you have to calculate total overhead cost. You got it? Now my point. How to calculate total overhead? How to calculate total overhead? Anyone? If you don't know the calculation part of total overhead, problem will not start. Now the common sense we have to apply. They provided overhead recovery rate 18 rupees into number per hour into number of hours. You will get what? You will get what? Production overhead. Now overhead rate per unit, rate per hour, overhead rate per hour, budgeted FOH divided by budgeted hours. Now I know this. I have clue for budgeted hours. What is the requirement now? Budgeted FOH. Now how to get budgeted FOH? Overhead rate per hour into budgeted hours. Now overhead rate per hour they given 18 rupees. Now what about the budgeted hours? Budgeted hours equals to number of units into mission hour per unit. A plus B plus C. Why? Because I want total mission hours. Are you clear? So in exam, if you are not getting this logic, you will stuck for this problem. Are you okay, sir? This is a basic concept only. Now see. Working note. Estimating mission hours and total production overhead. Particulars X, Y, Z. Number of units. Volume is given now. Volume please. 3500 watt units. Next 2250 units. 6000 units into mission hour per unit. 3.5 to what you will get? What you will get? Mission hours. Values please. What ma? 12,250 hours. 4,500 hours. 30. Multiply with overhead per hour. What's the overhead per hour? What you will get? Production overhead. Rupees, huh? Now answers please. What ma? 20,500. 81,000. 5 lakh. 40,000. Clear? Do you want individual production overhead or total production overhead? Total production overhead 100%. Out of that, they will consider 30, 25, 10, 5, that kind of percentage. Now the total production overhead equals to 2,20,500 plus 81,000 plus 5,40,000. 8,41,500. Now we can start our problem. Are you okay? In notes, I presented in vertical point of view, products. Here I presented in horizontal point of view. So it depends upon the time and common sense, and that's it. There is no fixed presentation for that. Are you clear, ma? If you do like that, you will get total here itself. Okay? If you do like this, you have to do total one more step. Are you okay now? Now, the main working notes are start now. Step 1, please. Cost driver rate calculation. Now, how to calculate cost driver rate calculation? Activity, cost driver rate. Now, what is the first activity? Setup. Cost, please. Now, see the calculation. 8,41,500 into 30%, that equivalent to 52,000. Do you understand why I calculated above working note? Are you clear, ma? Now when it comes to the cost driver, we have to use number of setups. Number of setups equals to 60 setups. 665 setups. Cost driver rate. Cost driver rate 3. Cost driver rate 382.5 per setup. What's the next one? Machinery cost. Amount please. Out of 8,41,500, the machinery cost percentage is what more? 25%. Answer 2,10,375. Cost driver we are using machine hours. How many more? 46,750 hours. Cost driver rate ma 4 point per hour. Don't use even PH. Go with the full forms in exam. Are you okay? Next. What's the next cost ma? Material handling cost. 8,41,500 into what? How much percentage ma? 22%. 1,85,130. Cost driver we are using. Number of handlings, sir. Not given, huh? So instead of number of handlings, they provided movements. Are you okay? Sir, how I get that logic means common sense only, ma. There is no specific. Generally, in above all calculation, they use number of handlings. Instead of handlings, they provided here movements. You have to keep that point in your mind. So for when come to the handlings, there is a chance for movements or handlings. Movements or handlings. Write that point in theory. First thing I am not recorded. Handling cost. What's the cost driver? Number of handlings or movements. Number of movements. How many more? How much? 120 movements. Cost driver rate 1500. 42.75 movements per movement. Next cost. Inspection. 8,41,500. Percentage of inspection 23%. 1,05,545. Number of inspections is there? Number of inspections 9-10 inspections. Cost driver rate 212.69 per inspection. Any other? Clear? Now what is the step 2 ma? Allocation. Activity XYZ. Now what is the first activity cost? Setup cost. How to allocate setup cost? Number of setups into cost driver rate. Number of setups of X please. into cost driver rate. Answer 24,862.5. What about Y? 42,075. What about Z? 1,85,513. Next, mission cost. Number of mission hours, cost driver rate. Speed up, tell me the answers. What more? 55,000. 51. 125. 55,125. What about Y? 20,250. Z? 1,35,000. What next? Material handling cost. Number of movements into cost driver rate. What next? Inspection. Number of inspections into cost driver rate. Tell me the total amount. One lakh 35,032. What about Y? 1,42,830. 850. Z? 5,63,000. Now step 3. Divided number of units. Number of units please. 3,500. 2,250. 6,000. Per unit please. 30. 58. Why? దట్స్ వై సెడ్ ఒక్కొక్కరు చేశారంటే స్పీడ్గా అయిపోద్ది. నేను నువ్వు తెలుసుకోవడానికి ఏం లేదు, మొత్తం క్యాల్కులేషనే కదా. వై ప్లీజ్ 63.49. వాట్ అబౌట్ జెడ్? వాట్ మా 93.94. ప్లీజ్ టెల్ మీ ద టోటల్ కాస్ట్. 75.58. 82.49. 7 marks. Clear? You can observe for every problem they are providing only one issue. If you sort out that issue, remaining all are steps only. Step 1, step 2, step 3. Are you clear? If they ask per unit or total cost, first prepare the statement, then fill the values. Are you clear? From last 2 problems I am doing that only. First I will creating the cost sheet. For traditional costing we will get direct calculation. For ABC I mentioning working note for indirect cost. I will do step 1, step 2, step 3 in working notes. Are you okay, sir? Problem number 7. You can expect this question for this attempt. Guest list. Why? Because till now we discussed all our production units point of view. This is a problem saying in service sector, services point of view. Now before reading the question, I have some doubts. Production point of view, cost sheet you are preparing for per unit only, no? Per unit or per hour? Per unit. When it comes to the service sector, depends. Sometimes it's a per machine hour, sometimes it is per labor hour, sometimes it is a per billable hours. Based on services they are charging. Based on services they are charging. In production point of view, they will charge per unit basis. In services point of view, based on what are the service they provided, they charge based on that. Now when it comes to you are a cost accountant, you started a one practicing firm. So what is your primary source of revenue? Fees only, na? How to calculate fees? How to calculate fees? Sale means number of units into selling price. Now as per fees, what is the logic behind the fees calculation? You charging based on your time. Are you clear, sir? Number of billable hours into per hour. Guys, clear? That is a primary source. Okay. Now, based on that logic only, they created this question. It's a firm related question. Firm is a service sector or manufacturing sector? Service sector. Here, per unit discussion is not there. Per unit discussion is not there. Per service is there. The services may be hours or billable hours or labor hours, whatever it may be. Depends upon the question. Okay. Now read. Highly potential for exam. Because associates, a firm of cost and management accountants, offer 3 different types of services, namely accounting and audit, taxation and management consultancy. What are the 3 services, ma? Accounting or audit is a one single service only. Next, taxation and management consultancy. So if you not remember the point, when it comes to the applicability and non-applicability of theory point I discussed for MCQ purpose, out of that service sector is one of the point in applicability. What applicability? ABC. Are you clear, ma? Why service sector is applicable ABC? There is a no direct cost. Maximum of the cost are indirect cost. All are fixed expenses only there. Are you okay? Now, each service is charged on the base of number of billable hours. Now here per unit is not a core activity. What is a core activity? Billable hours. Now, the average charge per billable hour is, can I name it as selling price? Selling price of what? Per unit, huh? Per hour of bill. Are you okay, sir? Now, they provided some cost sheet, ma. The firm projects the following estimates on direct and indirect cost. Direct cost, accounting and audit 100 lakh, taxation 100 lakh, management consultancy 50 lakhs. Total direct cost, ma, 250 lakhs. When it comes to indirect cost, I said already, for service sector there is a lot of indirect cost. You can observe direct cost are only 2 things, audit and 250 lakhs. When it comes to the fixed cost list, you can check. Can I name it is called activities? It is a pool of activities now. Now the total fixed cost is how much? 50 lakhs only. For that 50 lakh is not related to particular activity. It is a multiple activity related. Let us check the multiple activity. Planning and review 7.5 lakhs. Computer processing 7.2 lakhs. Professional salaries 5.6 lakhs. Books and seminars and periodicals 1.8 lakhs. Programming cost 8 lakhs. Building cost 4.9 lakhs. General administration cost 15 lakhs. This all are what cost ma? Indirect cost. Because of this indirect cost, traditional methodology is saying one thing, ABC methodology is saying another thing. The differences will be came. The total cost is how much ma? 300. What is the total cost? Direct cost plus indirect cost. Now the main thing is came into the picture. Until 31st March 2023, the firm has been allocating the indirect cost on the basis of billable hours. Can I name it is called traditional costing methodology? They are not focusing on the individual transaction. They consider total 50 lakhs divided with total billable hours. Now what is the overhead rate per unit? Per hour. Per hour. Per billable hour. What is the total fixed cost? 50 lakhs, sir? 15 rupees lakhs divided by total billable hours. You can observe. Billable hours is there. 55,000, 35,000, 10,000. Total 1 lakh hours. Now the answer 50 rupees per billable hour. You need not to convert that billable hour into per unit. Why? Because units is not there here. But when it comes to the previous problem, same logic we used, but we converted into per unit. 18 into 3.5, 18 into 5, 18 into 2. That is a conversion of per hour to per unit. Are you okay? Then fine. For the year ending 31st March 2024, it was decided to introduce a system of activity based costing to capture the indirect cost more. What ma? Accurately. So వాళ్ళకు కూడా అర్థమైపోయింది. In traditional costing there is no accuracy. Where is accuracy? ABC. Now the following data were gathered accordingly. See what the data they gathered. Billable hours is gathered. EDP hours and CEP hours. Electronic data process. EDP means electronic data processing hours. I don't know CEP hours. Okay. Electronic data processing hours. Write down that. EDP means electronic data processing hours. So if you apply membership for practice COP, they will give one manual. Do's and don't do's. For that's the point I observed. EDP. Electronic data processing hours. Next, professionals is given. Professional numbers. Books, seminar and periodicals. Put a 5 star for that point. Books, seminars, periodicals. Why I highlighted that point, ma? Why I highlighted that point? Already allocation is completed. Observe. Clear? Now what is the total? 1,80,000 they allocated. But you can observe previous ones. You have to allocate with multiply with cost driver rate. Do you understand the logic? Next, programming hours is given. Building square feet space occupied is given. Administration. For administration point of view, what you have to consider? Number of clients you have to consider. Okay, then fine. Requirements ma. Prepare a profitability statement on the basis of. Now what is the difference between previous problem requirement and this problem requirement as per KCA? We stopped at total cost. You have to take another column name called revenue. Revenue minus total cost, you will get a profit or loss completed. Now case B, case 2. Prepare a profitability statement on the basis of same as previous problem. There also case B, they asked total cost per unit as per ABC. But here they are asking profitability. Total cost into number of units, you will get amount of total cost minus sales. Sales minus total cost, you will get a profit. Case 3. Draw a comparative statement of indirect cost and profits. They are asking only comparison between what and what. Why they are not asking for direct cost? There is no comparison. Why? Because in traditional costing or ABC costing, direct cost will be same. Next, there is a new point they added. Bacha point only. Any suggestion for improving the billable charge on the basis of ABC, assuming the same rate of margin of 66.67% on total cost. After completion of case 1, case 2, case 3, case 4, we will get a clarity. Up to now, forget about the case 4. Okay. You do calculate account and audit. You do calculate tax. You do calculate management consultancy. Problem number? What's the KCMA? Preparation of profitability statement as per traditional costing. Particulars or accounts and audit, taxation, management consultancy. Revenue. What is the logic they specified for revenue? Billable hours into per hour they provided. Billable hours into per bill hour. Now what about the billable hours of accounts and audit? Into per 500. Accounts and audit, please. Go with the lakhs. 55,000 into 500. 275 lakhs. Put here rupees amount in lakhs. Tax. 35,000 hours into 500. 175. Management consultancy. 10,000 hours into 500. 50 lakhs. If you are calculating profitability, go with the total column. What about the total sales? $100 lakhs, huh? 500 lakhs. Okay. Now less direct cost. Directly given in the question paper itself, huh? Given 100, 100, 50. Total. Now you can use a name called contribution. You can use a name called contribution. But if you use the word contribution is not a correct here. Can anyone tell me the reason why we are not use the contribution? Sales minus variable cost, you will get contribution. Less fixed cost, you will get profit. That is a income statement we already know. I am saying that here the word of contribution is not correct. Can anyone? There is a concept name called absorption costing and marginal costing. Absorption costing and marginal costing. So in absorption costing, they will consider total production overhead, not variable overhead. In marginal costing, they will they will consider only variable portion. That's why if you remove variable portion, you will get a contribution. But as per absorption costing here, portion of fixed overhead also included. Are you okay? That's why they are not using a word called contribution. Now you can go with the direct what ma? Less indirect cost. Less indirect cost. I will give a clarity regarding to the difference between absorption costing and marginal costing in uh, chapter 3 as well throughput accounting. Now indirect calculation please. Indirect cost. Indirect cost as per traditional costing. They said they're charging as per billable hours. Yes or no? Na? Now amount of fixed cost 50 lakhs divided by 1 lakh hours. Now what is the per hour? Rupees 50. Clear? Now billable hours 55,000 into 50 rupees. What ma? 27.5 lakhs. Tax 70 point 17 point 17.5 lakhs. What about marginal management consultancy? 5 lakhs, huh? The total 50 lakhs. Now you will get an outcome name called what ma? Profit, huh? Sales minus direct cost minus indirect cost. Answer? What ma? 147.5 lakhs. As per, what about the tax department? 57.5. What about management consultancy profit? 5 lakhs loss. Total? Do you understand why I consider total? Individual point of view, there is a one loss. Profitability means total profitability. Clear? So if you not take direct total column, in horizontal, take another column called total profit. Sum of all three profits is nothing but total profit. Are you clear? So even 10th class students also do this. Nothing is there in traditional costing. Now the important thing is came ABC. Please solve and tell me the answers. I will just write the answers. First dump this statement. First dump this statement. Sales is same, direct cost is same. What is the difference here? Indirect cost. Take rough notes, solve and tell me the answers. Don't cross check with the notes. If you take any assumption, don't open the book or material. Just see the question, solve with your own knowledge. Even if you take a wrong activities, also no issue. Completed. Now please tell me the activity list. Planning and review. Cost driver rate 7.5. What is the activity you consider? Billable hours are specified, huh? Not specified, huh? Then why you consider billable hours? Planning and review. There is a no clue. Yes or no? But we consider billable hours. Why? Any specific reason? So remaining all are matching, that one is not matching to anyone. Okay, that also a good logic. But when come to the planning and review is their main task. Planning and reviewing is their main task. The main activity cost driver is billable hours. That's why they consider billable hours. That is a conceptual clarity. Are you got it now? Next, computer process cost. Cost driver rate 9 9 90. Now what is the active cost driver you are taking? EDP hours. That's why I said electronic data processing hours, full form. Are you okay? Next, professional salaries. They specified a number of professionals. Now what is the cost driver rate? 10,000. This is per billable hour. This is per EDP hour. This is per professional. What next? Books and seminar is not required. Why? Because cost driver rate is required for allocation. Allocation already completed. Don't consider. Sir, no sir, I want to consider means go with the 1,80,000 divided by 1,80,000. 1 rupee is the cost driver rate. What next? Programming hour cost. Cost driver rate 200 per program. Next, billing cost. Now cost driver rate 35 per square feet. What next? Admin overhead. They specified number of clients. Yes or no? No. Now what about cost driver rate? 3,000 per client. Now when it comes to the allocation, planning and review. Allocation, number of billable hours into cost driver rate. Values please. 4,12,500, 62,500. Wait a minute. Charge over. Now tell me the taxation allocation. 62,500. Management consultancy 75,000. What next? Computer processing allocation. How to allocate? What is the activity? number of BDP hours into cost driver rate. 4,50,000, 2,25,000, 45,000. What next? Professional salary. Number of professionals into cost driver rate. What next? Building cost. Books and seminars. Very, very important. Don't forget that. Books and seminars. Allocation is done. Given. Amounts, please. So this one, I missed one here. Professional salaries. Professional salaries. 3 lakhs. 1,60,000. 1 lakh. Books and seminars. 57,000. 57,500. Tax. 62,500. 60,000. What billing next? All we consider one miss PH. Programming cost. Activity. Programming hours into cost driver rate. 2,50,000. 1 lakh. 4,50,000. Next, building cost. Area into cost driver rate. Answers: 2,80,000. 1,40,000. What more? 70,000. Admin overhead. Number of clients into cost driver rate. 4,50,000. 7,50,000. 3 lakhs. Amount of allocation. $20. Exactly. Next. 17 lakhs. Next. 7. 11 lakhs. Now, indirect cost per billable hours only you needed now. Up to previous problems we calculated per unit. That's why I divided with the number of units as a step 3. But here units is not there. I need to divide it with billable hours. Divided with billable hours. Billable hours, please. 55,000 hours. 35,000 hours. 10,000 hours. Now you will get indirect cost per billable hour. Please. What more? 40. 48.5. 7. Now when it comes to indirect cost, directly can I dump this? Can I dump this? Why? Because revenue in total point of view, direct cost also total point of view. I will write indirect cost also total. Per number of hours into per hour you will get same only. Why? Because you calculated from total to per hour. Okay. Now what is the total? 22, 17, 11. 22 lakh, 17 lakh, 11 lakhs. Total 50. Now my question, as per traditional concept, as per ABC concept, allocation Process will be changed, amounts will not change. In traditional point of view, fixed cost same only. In ABC point of view, fixed cost same. What is the difference? Allocation pattern. Are you okay? Now, profit ma 153, 58 minus 11. What ma? 200. Now when it comes to the comparison statement ma. Comparison statement for indirect cost and profitability. Particulars, accounts and audit, taxation, marginal costing. First go with the indirect cost. First, traditional method. As per traditional method, indirect cost, please. $27.5, 17.5, 5. 27.5, 17. What ma? 17.5. Negative 5 lakhs, huh? Positive only. As per ABC, 22, 17, 11. Difference. First we are following ABC or traditional? Traditional. We are opting ABC. That's why traditional minus ABC. Traditional minus ABC. 5.5 positive. Huh? Next. 0.5 minus 6. Profitability. As per traditional methodology. As per traditional method, profits please. 147.5, 157.5, 5 lakhs negative. Values ma? 1, 7.5, 57.5 minus 5. ABC method. 150, 153 lakhs, 58 lakhs minus 11 lakhs. Difference minus 5.5. Next, minus 0.5. Here minus can convert as a plus ma. 6. What 6? Minus 6 or plus 6? Plus 6. Okay. Why? Because minus 5 minus into minus plus 11. Okay now. Now see the difference. As per traditional costing 27.5. As per ABC 22. Now how much is the wrongly collected ma? 5.5 lakhs difference. Now because of it is a cost increment. If cost increases means profit what happen? Decreases or you will get a loss. Here also cost increases. That reflected as a loss. Here also, here what happened? Cost decreases. That's why profit reflected. That is a comparison statement. Apart from the comparison statement, there is a problem called case 4. They're saying that consider ABC methodology, add profit 66.67%. Add 66.67%. You will get an answer of selling price. That is called estimated selling price calculation. Case 4, estimated selling price if markup is 66.66% on what cost? Total cost under ABC. Now, as per ABC particulars, audit and accounts, taxation, management consultancy. Direct material, please. Direct cost, not material. Direct cost 100, 150. Indirect cost, as per, we have two types of indirect cost. As per traditional, as per ABC. There is mentioning ABC. Now, what is the ABC indirect cost? 22, 17, 11. 22, 17, 7, 17, 11. Now you will get what, ma? Total cost. Total cost, please. 1, 22, 117, 61. Add profit. How much percentage, ma? 66.66% on what value? Total cost value. Now 122 into 66.667%. What, ma? 81.33. If you want accurate value, consider all 6 in calculator. Let us do that. 122 into 66.6 bar. Exactly how much? Okay. Then consider the 81.33 only. Now when it comes to taxation, 117 into 66.6766%. 78 approximately, yeah. Okay, you taken as a 78, no issue. What about the management consultancy? 40.67. Now what is the meaning for total cost plus profit? Sale or selling price? No, this you will get total sales. We need to figure out selling price. But what is the outcome you will get? Total cost plus total profit, you will get total sales. Now sales, please. 203.33, 195 lakhs, 101.67. These are the total sales. Now if you divided with the number of units, hours, what hours? Billable hours. Number of billable hours. 55,000 hours, 35,000 hours, 10,000 hours. What you will get? Selling price per billable hour. Selling price per billable hour. 360, 369.69. What, ma? 557, 7.15. 1 at 1016.7. Because of your following traditional cost methodology, you are charging 500 for audit and accounts, 500 for taxation, 500 for marginal costing, managemental consultancy. But what is the real chargeable values? If it is an audit and account services, you have to charge 369.69, not 500. If it is a taxation, you have to charge 557.15 per billable hour, not 500. If it is a management consultancy, you have to charge 1016 rupees, not 500. This is the decision we have to take with the help of ABC. Are you okay? Because of traditional costing, how much you are charging? 500 for all services. For accounts, 500 only. For taxation, 500 only. For managerial consultancy, also 500. but this is the chargeable or estimated selling prices. If what is the estimated profit? What is the estimated profit? 66.67%. Okay. Sometimes they will change it as a 50%. Sometimes they will change it as a 30%. Okay. This is the cost structure. This is the profitability. This is the selling price. CRD discussion is over. Classroom discussion is over. So one problem is there 8, that also be service sector related. Next afternoon I will close this chapter after considering exam paper questions. So you can observe. Past paper questions. So this is just in time question. '24. Same problem we solved. Just I will give overview for this problem. There is no more discussion. Problem number 4. Same as problem number 4. This is throughput accounting. Problem number 26. This problem I will explain clearly. Illustration number 27. This also be a similar problem model, but when it come to, there is a one new point, ratio is there 4:3:2. I will give clarity regarding to that concept also. Okay. Apart from that, one problem is newly there in our workbook issued by ICMA. That problem is also covered. Okay. So don't expect all questions from these past papers and workbook. If it is covered in CRD, I will not explain. If it is a new point or any exam stuff is there, I will give a clarity. Okay. Okay, take a break. So what's the next class timing? 2:30 to 3:30, right? 2:30 to 3:30. ఈజీగా క్వశ్చన్ ఆన్సర్ చేయగలుగుతాను నేను ఎగ్జామ్ ఒకవేళ లంచ్ బ్రేక్ తర్వాత గ్యాప్ ఉంటే ఆ ఎగ్జామ్ క్వశ్చన్ సాల్వ్ Open illustration number 8 ma. Put a 5 star for this. So up to now we calculated ABC based on pattern only. Step 1, step 2, step 3, right? But when it comes to this problem is some little bit different compared to previous problems. But not difficult. P Auto Company Limited manufactures and sells two automobile components A and B. Both are identical with slight variation in design. Although the market for both the products is the same. The market share of a company for a product A is very high and that of product B is very low. The company's accountant has prepared the following profitability statement for the two products. Cost of production same for both the products. For product A and product B, direct material cost per unit 125, for B also 125. Direct labor cost 24 for A, for B also 24. Direct expenses, subcontract charges. But the word uses direct expenses, that's why we treat them as a variable. 36 rupees for product A as well as 36 rupees for product B. Overheads 400% of direct labor, that is nothing but 96 rupees per unit. Same for A and B. Total cost 281. Okay. Now some clear information they provided. Quantity sold for A 1,24,000 units, for B 23,150 units. The total units they sold 1,47,150 units. And the selling price also they provided. For product A 300 rupees per unit, for product B 390 rupees per unit. Now what about the total sales? 1,47,150 into 300 plus 290. No. 1,24,000 into 300, 23,150 into 290. Now check the value correct or not. 4 crore 39 lakh 13,500. Already existing cost accountant prepared this cost sheet and values. Now cost of sales as above. 281 rupees. Same for product A and product B now. Now we can directly calculate 1,47,150 units into 281 rupees. 4 crore 13 lakh 49,150. Yeah? Now margin, that is nothing but profit they are making. 25 lakh 64,350. Okay, done. The topic starts now. The company marketing manager, after attending workshop on activity based costing, challenges the accountant's figures. The nearest competitor price of the two products are 330 rupees, 275 rupees. The same kind of product sold by our competitor. What is our product A selling price? Our selling price 300. Our competitor selling 330. There is a gap now. We can sell at 330 rupees. But we are selling at less price. We have multiple advantages. If you sold at less prices, advantage, the less prices, customer will shift to your competitor to your product. That is advantage. What is the disadvantage? In market, our competitor getting a profit by selling at 330 rupees. As a person, I can't sell at 330. I am losing 30 rupees contribution. Yes or no? 30 rupees of profit I am losing, no? Okay. For product B also same logic. No. For product B we are selling at overpriced. The market competitor price is 275 rupees, but we are selling at 290. We are getting 15 rupees of profit extra comparing to our competitor. That is the identified thing regarding to the selling price. Next, if the company can match the competitor prices, It means you have to follow your competitor prices. It means product A you have to sell at 330, product B you have to sell at 275. Okay. If the company can match the competitor prices, it can sell 75,000 number of units each of the two products. Now A, B equal to 75,000 or individually 75,000? Individually 75,000 units. Okay, done. The production manager confirms that he can produce this product mix with the existing facilities. That means they are considering this. The cost sheet they are considering this one. Okay. The management engages you as a consultant, and the following facts have been identified by you. Now the 2 points you have to consider. Point A, product A undergoes 5 operations and product B undergoes 2 operations by subcontractors. It means we are assigning subcontractors. Total we are not manufacturing, we are using some portion for subcontracting. Okay, although he total subcontract changes are the same for both the products. And point B, 75% of the overhead is accounted for under 3 major heads relating to subcontracting operations. Now what they're saying means we have some total overhead, some X amount. Out of X, 75% is relating to subcontracting. What about the pending? 25% of the X, the 25% is relating to other fixed overhead. You have to identify this point based on that point A and point B. Read once again point A and point B. Now this point clarity provided by point B. Are you clear, ma? Now what about point A? What about point A? Now when come to the subcontracting cost, 75% of X, you will get some value, na? Take an assumption that is Y. Now out of Y, you have to allocate for product A and product B. How the allocation happen means Y into 5 by 7, Y into 2 by 7. Now read the point A. Are you got it? Any doubt regarding this? Sure. Sir, 75% of overhead allocated, sir. What about 25% allocation? What about 25% of allocation? For 25% of calculation also you will get some amount, na? You take an assumption Z is a value. Now you have to allocate that Z to A product and B product. How you allocate? Same 5 by 7, 2 by 7? No, they specified for 5 operations, 2 operations for subcontracting. There is no specification regarding to other. But one point they said it is the same for 2 products. Now same for 2 products means other overhead allocation Z divided by 2. You will get X1, X2. Are you clear? Now I want per unit. I want per unit. How you get per unit? Divided by number of units. Divided by number of units. Now here also we have some value, no? Divided by number of units. Divided by number of units. Problem is over. Now after completion of the notes you will get some more clarity. Now check the requirement. Till now we discussed only information they given. Now what is the requirement? Last sentence, see. Prepare a revised profitability statement to find out the marketing manager's proposal is viable. So this is the marketing manager proposal. Are you okay? Now, problem number? So what is the requirement? Preparation of revised profitability statement for product A and B if produced units are 75,000 for each product. To consider competitor pricing strategy. Competitor pricing strategy. So I hope you already know the profitability statement. What is the profitability statement? Number of units into selling price, you will get a sales, less prime cost, less indirect cost, you will get a profitability. Particulars, product A, B. I want in per unit point of view as well as total point of view. Per unit, total. Sales. What's the calculation of sales? Per unit, 300, 330 or 300. We have to consider what pricing strategy? Competitor pricing strategy. What's the competitor pricing? 330. Now when I come to here, 275. Number of units, I already written in above, 75,000. Now please tell me the sales. 330 into 75,000. 275 into 75,000. Tell me in amount in lakhs. Rupees amount in lakhs. 247.5 lakhs. What about B? 206.25 lakhs. Less direct cost. What is the first element in direct cost? Material cost. What about per unit? For A, what about B? Same. Answer? 93.75 lakhs. Here, 93.75 lakhs. What's the next one? Labor cost. Per unit, please. What ma? 24. 18 lakhs, huh? What next? Variable nature subcontracting. Can I name it as a direct expenses? What about per unit? What ma? 36. Answer? What ma? 27 lakhs. Less indirect cost. Less indirect cost. Now how many indirect costs we have? Subcontracting, other overhead. 2 is there. Now subcontracting, other overhead. I don't know subcontracting per unit. I don't know other overhead per unit. I have to do working note for that. Very clear? Next. Working note. Subcontracting overhead equals to 75% of total overhead. My question, total overhead please. Per unit 96 rupees they mentioned into number of units. My question, number of units you have to consider 75 plus 75 are given units. Why given units? Why given units? Fixed cost remains constant even though level of activity changes. That's a point we learned under budget and budgetary control. They will give 80% capacity level. What are the fixed cost we identified at 80%? That will be reflected for next 70%, 40%, 100%. Do you understand? Okay. Now, total overhead equals to per unit overhead into number of units. Now, production overhead per unit how much ma? 96 rupees. Number of units 1,47,150. Now the total overhead please. 140. Here tell me the numbers. 1 4. Hey, tell me numbers are 1 4 1 6 0 0 0 0. 1 4 1 2 6 4 0 0. That's it. Okay. Now we can easily calculate 0.75 into 14126,400. 105 9 800. Subcontracting okay. Pending is there na. Other overhead. We can use a common sense also. Total minus this one you will get pending. Or calculation 25% of total overhead. Answer 35 21 na 31 600. Are you okay? Now I identified a value. Now I have to allocate based on the specification. What is the specification they used? Subcontracting 5 operations out of 7. Product B 2 operations out of 7. That is allocation. Allocation of subcontracting and other overhead for product A and B. Particulars AB. Subcontracting. What is the subcontracting? Into 5/7. Next 2/7. Tell me the values. Now you can express in points point of view, no issue. 7 75.677. B what ma? 30 30.271. Okay. What it ma? Total subcontracting of AB or per unit of AB? Total. What is the working note? Total you want, per unit also you want. Now when it come to total, write it down. Total please. 75.677. 75.677. 30.271 lakhs. Per unit easy, na? Divided by number of units. Divided by 75,000. 100.9. 40 point. 40.36. If you are confusing, here you can take calculation. Subcontracting cost per unit. Subcontracting cost divided by number of units. Okay. Next, other overhead. Now how to allocate other overhead? Product A structure, product B structure, both are same only, now divided by 2. Amount please. 35. 31600 divided by 2. 170. 165. 800. Tell me in points point of view. 17.658 lakhs. Here same 17.658 lakhs. If you want per unit, divide here itself, or if you have a clarity, then do in calculation directly. 17.658 lakhs is the total. Divided with 75,000 units, you will get per unit. 23.544. 23.544. Now please tell me the total cost per units and totals. 125, 24, 36, 100.9, 23.544. 232.085. Value. Value. What ma? Total. This one. How much? ఇది కరెక్టేనా టోటల్ కాస్ట్? అది పర్ యూనిట్ కదా, అది చెప్తే సరిపోతుంది కదా. 23.07 lakhs divided by 75,000 per unit. What ma? 309.44. Next, when it come to B, per unit total or total? Total please. 418.75 lakhs. Per unit 186.67. Now total sales is there, total cost is there. Please tell me the profit. 330 minus 309.44, you will get a profit per unit. 20.6. Value 15 point what ma? 43 lakhs. What about B? 20 what? 26.1 per unit. 26.1. Total 19.58 lakhs. Now the question is, you have to say this decision good or bad. How can you say it's a good or bad? They already calculated profit. How much is the profit? As per existing policy. Profit please. 25 lakh 64,350. As per revised policy. The 25 lakhs, both products are single product. Now you have to, here also you have to consider both products profits. 15.43 plus 19.58. 35, tell me into 1 lakh. 35 01000. Now tell me, proposed is the best option or existing is the best option? Proposed is the best option. This is a decision you have to say. If you solve problem like this mode, step by step, you will not confuse. Are you clear? First, if you calculate this working note, then you prepared a profitability statement, automatically you will confuse. You can observe, as per requirement, I know I need to prepare a profitability statement. I prepared. Given values, I posted. Now, I have confusing about this subcontracting cost and other overhead. Why confusing means there is no proper information. So, how I get a proper information with help of working notes? 5 star. Okay. Why? Because it's not pattern of ABC. So, till previous class, we discussed pattern of ABC. Are you okay? Once again, open that applicability, non-applicability. Read properly. There is a chance for either MCQ or a question. How they create a question means they will give 4 to 5 case studies. For that case studies, ABC is applicable, not applicable is the question. That is your question number 9. The word significant represent large. If any organization, they have more overhead comparing to direct cost, at that time ABC is the best option. That is the first point. Overheads are high. Next point 2, product diversity exists. What is the meaning of product diversity? If company manufacturing more than one product, in previous case AB, before that cocoa, vanilla, strawberry, before that XYZ, before that PQRS. Are you clear? Sir, in one of the problem for one product, we calculated ABC. AX 15,000 units something question we discussed. But this logic is not applied, na? If it's a diversity is there, you have to apply ABC. But at that case, only one product is there. There is no diversity. But first case is satisfied. Overhead is very high. Are you guys clear? It means you have to check all conditions, not particular condition. We can't say ABC is not applicable based on one point. You have to check all points. Next, processor complex. In industries with multiple activities like setup, inspection, material handling, etc. It means if it's a lot of cost pool, it is not a particular activity. We have a multiple activities. At that time also ABC is the best option. Next, competitive pricing required. That's a problem we discussed. Competitive pricing strategy point of view. Now help in fixing a correct prices. Service industries. To identify best cost drive for services. One problem we discussed related to the cost. Next, mission intensive industries. Next, non-applicability. If overheads are low, it means direct cost is more, traceable cost is more, non-traceable cost is less. At that time, don't focus on the ABC. Why? Because you have to put one manager for that. We need to create a team. What about their salaries? Cost will be increased. No? For organization, you have to check that also. Cost benefit analysis. Now, if its overhead is very low, don't worry about the ABC. Just go with the single recovery rate. Next, productions are homogeneous. It means single product. Single product, fixed overhead is low. If it's a single product, fixed overhead is high. At that time, ABC is applied. Next, simple production process. It means less activities. Only mission hours and setup cost. Two only is there. First problem we discussed. We directly identified material cost. Next, small organizations. Why? Because they can't afford ABC system. Next, labor intensive industries. At the time also you have to use a traditional or absorption costing is sufficient. Now open illustration number 9. What is the case? What is the requirement they're asking? State with the brief reasons whether you would recommend an activity-based costing system in each of the following independent situations. Now, what is the situation 1? A consultancy firm consisting of lawyers, accountants, and computer engineers who provide a management consultancy services to clients. Yes. What is the reason behind that? If it is a service industries, here is a more fixed cost is there. That's why we have to use a ABC costing system. That is the reason. Some they will give some more words extra, but these basic words are sufficient. Next, case 2. Company X produces one product. Highlight the word one product. As per that, we can judge ABC is not applicable, but they provided some more sentence. Now, the overhead cost mainly consists of depreciation. Depreciation is not impacts your organization pricing decision. That's why even though there is a huge fixed cost, single product, ABC is not applicable. Or you got it? Instead of depreciation, if any cash related expenditure is there, that will impact your pricing decision. Next. So as per case 2, ABC is applicable or not applicable? Not applicable. Next, case 3. Company Z produces two different labor intensive products. Highlight the word labor intensive products. The contribution per unit in both the products is very high. The break-even point is very low. All the work is carried on efficiently to meet target cost. Here, break-even point, contribution, target is unnecessary stuff. We are judging based on what ma? Labor intensive. If it is a labor intensive industry, which one is suitable? Traditional methodology is suitable, ABC is not applicable. Next. Fourth, company Y produces 4. Can I use a word called diversity? Which one is suitable? ABC is suitable. That's it. You can read. Same points will be there. This is about ABC classroom discussion. So, come to past question paper questions. June 23, just in time question, that is. December 23, ABC, bacha question. Remove 1 0 here. Wrongly placed. It will take 6 to 7 minutes in exam. Total information is there. Now see, ADF bank operated for a year under assumption that profitability can be increased by increasing rupee values, but that has not been the case. Cost analysis has been revealed that following. Activities is given: providing ATM services, computer processing, issuing statements, customer enquiries. That are the activities. Now Activity related cost also given. Activity driver is given. Volume of driver is given. Okay. Now how to calculate cost driver rate? Specific cost divided by cost driver volume or activity. Now 1 lakh divided by 2 lakhs, 0.5. Computer processing cost driver rate. What is the 0.5? Per transaction. Next, 25 lakh divided, 10 lakh divided by 25 lakhs. 0.4. Again per transaction. 8 lakh divided by 5 lakhs. 1.6 per statement. 3,60,000 divided by 6 lakhs. Per telephone minute. Telephone minute. The following annual information on 3 products was also made available. Checking accounts, personal loans, gold visa. Instead of products, they provided services. Step 1 we completed. What is the step 1? Cost driver rate calculation. What is the step 2? Allocation. How to allocation? Number of activity or volume into cost driver rate. Are you okay? Now, allocation please. ATM transactions. 1,80,000 into 0.5. Computer transactions. 20 lakhs into 0.4. Number of statements. 1.6. Telephone minutes per minute. 0.6. Now please tell me the calculation. Go with the M plus MRC logic. $15,80,000. What is the meaning for this 15,80,000? Allocation amount. Allocation amount. Now what is the step 3? Divided by number of units. They are provided here. Not units. Basically it is a service sector industry. Units is not the right word. Okay. Divided with units of product. But what they given? Units only. When come to the consultancy problem, we used a billable hours instead of units. Why? Because service sector related problem. Even though it is a service sector, they provided units. Manakem problem ledhu kada. Now divide by number of units. Divided by 30,000. 52.67. Nine lakh 34,000. What more? 2,14,000 exactly. Divided by number of units. Per unit 42.8. Allocated amount. What more? 67, 66,000 divided by number of units. Per unit please. Problem is completed. Now check requirement. That's we did in first. What is the second requirement? Cost per unit. If you want cost per unit, before that you have to do step 2, allocation. That is allocation. But don't solve like this in exam. You will not get 7 marks. You know already presentation. So step 1, activity, cost, cost driver rate. Step 2, allocation of overhead, particulars, services, 3 services. Now the first one is ATM transactions, number of transactions into cost driver rate. Computer transactions into cost driver rate. Number of statement cost allocation, number of statements into cost driver rate. Telephone minutes, number of minutes into, are you clear? 7 marks within 7 minutes. Next, June 24, throughput accounting. December 24. This also be a bacha question, but time taking. A Limited is producing a product in 10 batches, each of 15,000 units in a year and incurring following overheads thereon. Material procurement 22,50,000. This all are what? No. Cost pool activities. Are you clear? Sum of all cost pool is known as total overhead. Okay. Now, maintenance overhead, setup overhead, quality control. These all are part of the overhead. Now, please tell me the total. $51,79,300. So generally, as per traditional concept, this 51,79,300 influenced by single predominant factor, either mission hours or budgeted hours or prime cost or labor cost or material cost. But as per ABC, there are different activities. At the time, don't use one predominant factor. You have to use a cost driver rate with help of individual activities. Okay. Next, the prime cost for the year amounted is 3 crore 1,39,000. Can anyone tell me the purpose of 3 crore 1,39,000? If at all they follows traditional costing, the predominant factor is a prime cost. Are you guys clear? There is no logic behind the prime cost here. Next, the company is using currently the method of absorbing overhead on the basis of, I said already, based on name. If you are following a traditional concept, what is absorption? With help of prime cost. Instead of this logic, they provided 30% logic in our classroom discussion for traditional costing. Next, now we want to shift to activity based costing. Information relevant to the activity drivers, number of purchase orders, maintenance hours, number of setups, number of inspections. The company has produced a batch of 15,000 units and has incurred 26,38,700 and 3,75,200 of material cost of wages. The usage of activity of the said batch are as follows. Activity orders 48 orders, maintenance hours 810 hours, number of setups 40, number of inspections 25. Generally in classroom discussion they provide individual point of view. The sum is taken for cost driver rate calculation, individual is taken for allocation. Now this is the information for what, allocation. How you allocate? Activity into cost driver rate. Activity is 48, 810, 40, 25 into cost driver rate, you will get allocation. Are you okay? Next, what is this activity volume? What is this activity volume? For the purpose of cost driver rate calculation. Now how to calculate cost driver rate? Specific overhead amount divided by activity. Clear? So student will confuse here. Why they confusing means in classroom discussion they provided individual cost drivers. The sum we taken for cost driver calculation, individual we consider for allocation. But here total activity cost driver rate information is different, allocation information is different. If you know this, problem is over. Now, how to calculate cost driver rate? How to calculate cost driver rate? 22,50,000 divided by, are you clear ma? Purchase orders only now. Now what is the cost driver rate? What? 1500 15,000 per procurement. Next, maintenance 17,30,000 divided by activity volume 9080 190 point per maintenance. Setup 6,84,500 divided by total number of setups. What is the total number of setups? 2,250 setups, sir. Now answer. 304.22 per setup. Quality control 5,14,800 divided by number of inspections. We can check quality with help of inspection. That's why you have to use that activity. Answer 189.96 per inspection. Are you clear now? Then fine. Allocation please. How to allocate? 48 orders into per order 15,000. 8-10 hours into 190.53 per hour. 0.53 per hour. Per setup cost 304. 40 setups into 304.22. Number of inspection 25 per inspection 189.96 into 25. Now please tell me the allocated cost. What more? 7 lakh 7,20,000 1,54,000 setup cost 304.22 into 40 setups. 12,000. Are you clear? Next, quality control 25 inspections into 189.96. 4,749.74749. Are you clear? Allocation is done. I want per unit. How you get per unit? Allocation divided by number of units. Number of units please. 15,000. If you divide it with individual, you will get individual per unit. If you divide it with the total 3,32,57,147, you will get a total per unit. That's it. Are you clear? Now, why comparing to previous problems? This is where a little bit confusing means previous problems are talking about more than one product. This problem talking about single product of 15,000. This kind of problem also we discussed. Are you clear, ma? Okay. Now check the requirements, ma. Evaluate cost of product per unit on absorption costing basis for the said batch. So case 1 we not completed, I will complete. Direct material cost is given. How much? 26 lakh 38,700. 26 lakh 38,700. If you want per unit, divided with 15,000 per unit. 175.91. Direct labor cost 3,75,200 per unit. 225.25.01. Prime cost 30 lakh 13,000 per unit. 200.92. Now here you have to add overhead per unit as well as total. As per absorption costing, what is the clue they given in the question paper? Prime cost basis. Now overhead recovery rate equals to budgeted overhead divided by prime cost is a logic. Now what is the budgeted overhead? You solved now sum total 51,79,300 total overhead. 51,79,300 divided by prime cost they specified 3 crore 1,39,000. Now see, what is the denominator? Units are hours, not units, not hours. They are rupees. Numerator rupees, denominator rupees. You will get per rupee. Now there is a no per rupee transactions. That's why we are converting as a percentage. If you divide it with units, you will get per unit. If you divide it with hours, you will get per hour. But you divide it with rupees only. That's why consider as a percentage. How much is the percentage? What more? 17.18%. On what value? Prime cost. Now you have prime cost now. 30 lakh 13,900 into 17.18%. Answer? How much? 5 lakh 17,788 per unit. 34.52. Now please tell me the total cost. What ma? 35,31,688 per unit total. 235.44. This is KC answer. Now what is the case 2 requirement? Assess the cost driver rate. Cost driver rate. Next ma, analyze the total cost per unit of output for the said batch on the basis of activity based costing. We did already allocation. This is allocation, huh? If you divide with units, you will get per unit. Total divided by 15,000, total cost per unit. Individual, you will get individual cost per unit. Now the neat presentation is there in your material. Any complications here? So why I explained here itself means the same problem is there in our CRD we discussed. Are you okay? Now, June 25. It's a difficult problem. It's a difficult problem, last attempt. If you feel it's difficult, why? Because they will give 15 minutes before, na? I said ABC is a basic, easy question we can easily touch. But it is not possible for all times. Sometimes they will ask a standard question on that. At that time, just leave that concept. Consider next question. Okay? At the time of 15 minutes, you have to decide which are the basic questions, which are the medium questions, which are the standard questions, which I need to touch first. Now, read and tell me the difficulties. First, go and touch requirement. What's the first requirement? Analyze the activity based costing recovery rate. The recovery rate is nothing but cost driver rate. They give multiple names, no issue. Okay. How to calculate cost driver rate? Amount of specific overhead divided by total activity, volume of total activity. Amount of overhead 63,000, 20,000, 15,000, 10,000, 295, 2592. Specific cost is there. What is the denominator? Volume of activity, right? Now, where is the volume of activity? They provided names, not volume. For above all problems, they provided volumes. In June 25, they twisted. What is the twist here? They not provided volume of activity. If you understand calculation of volume of activity, problem is over. Are you guys clear? Yes or no? Okay, then fine. Now I identified the difficultiness in the question. సో నా ఇప్పుడు ఒళ్ళు దగ్గర పెట్టుకొని ఫస్ట్ నుంచి చదువుకుంటూ వస్తా ఏమైనా క్లూస్ దొరుకుతాయా అనేసి. నౌ రీడ్ ద క్వశ్చన్ ఫస్ట్. P Limited manufactured 4 products, namely A, B, C, D, using the same plant and process. The following information relates to production period. Product A output 720 units, B 600, C 480, D 504. The 4 products are similar and are usually produced in production runs. Highlight the word production runs. Highlight the 4 products. First, the 4 products are similar. 4 products. And sold in a batches of 12 units. Highlight the word batches. The total overhead incurred by the company for a period are as follows. Now what is the total sum? 63 plus 20 plus 15 plus 10 plus 2.592. Now that is a total overhead. Now it is not related to single activity, it is related to multiple activities. What are the multiple activities they given? Mission operation and maintenance cost, setup cost, storing receiving cost, inspection cost, material handling and dispatch cost. Okay, done, cool. During the period, the following cost drivers are to be used for the overhead cost. They clearly mention what kind of activity you have to use for denominator. They're saying denominator name, not numbers. Now, for setup cost, you have to divide it with the number of production runs. For store receiving, you have to divide it with requisition raised. For inspection, you have to divide it with number of production runs. For material handling and dispatch, divided with orders executed. Now, first you have to calculate cost driver volume. This is a working note for this problem. Next, you can observe the list of the cost. Material operating and maintenance cost, setup, store receiving, inspection, material handling. But allocation purpose, they missed one information. What is the missing information? Mission, operation and maintenance cost, they are not considered. They are not considered means they will give some additional information for that cost. Are you okay, sir? Now see. It is also determined. That's why I said it is a difficult problem. Now it is also determined that mission, operation and maintenance cost, what we feel it is a missing information, that information this is. Now mission, operation and maintenance cost should be apportioned between setup cost and storing, receiving and inspection activity. The meaning of the word, what are the amount 60,000 is there, you have to add that amount to setup cost, store receiving, inspection. Which basis? 4:3:2. 63,000 into 4 divided by 9. Add to setup cost. Existing setup cost please 20 plus maintenance allocation you have to consider. Next 63,000 into 3 divided by 9. That amount you have to add it to store receiving. 63,000 divided by 2 by 9. That amount you have to add it to inspection. For understanding of that point, that not that much of difficulty, sir. Are you okay? What the specification they provided, material and inspection don't follow the pattern of the calculation. Add that amount to remaining values in the ratio of 4:3:2. Next, number of requisition rise run stores is 50 for each product. Highlight the word each product. How many products we have? How many products we have? 4 products. That's the point I said. Highlight that 4 products. Now see. 4 products into 50. 200 requisitions. Have you got it? Next. And number of orders executed is 192. Now they are saying that total 192 orders. 192 orders. 192 orders. Now what is the pending? What's the pending? Each ordering being for a batch of 12 units of product. This also be a logic we have to use. At the time we will use. As of now, what is the requirement? Orders executed. Is there a? Okay. Now, number of production runs related, we highlighted here. Are you clear? Now, what is the meaning of this sentence? One production run equals to 24 units. For A, 720 units, how many runs will happen? How many runs? A, B, C. Production runs. 720 divided by 24. Answer? 30 runs. B, 600 divided by 24. 25 runs. C, 480 divided by 24. How much? 20 runs. D, 504 divided by 24. 21 runs. My question, these 30 runs, 25 runs, 20 runs, 20 runs are specific about the product. That values we are using for allocation point of view. But cost driver rate, what is required? Total runs is required. What is the total runs? 30 plus 25 plus 20 plus 21. 96 runs. Are you got it? Now see, number of production runs. 96 runs. Here also 96 runs. This is a way to calculate volume of activity. Are you okay? Here, even though if you identify this, you will do mistake. Why you will do mistake means, at the time of allocation, 192 orders is total. I want A orders, B orders, C orders, D orders. A orders, B orders, C orders, D orders. How to get orders? Twelve units of product. Now, one order equals to 12 units. For 720 units, how many orders will happen? How much? How much? A, B, C, D. Number of executive orders. 60 orders, huh? Okay. B, 600 divided by 12. 50 orders. C, 480 divided by 12. 40 orders. D, 504 divided by 12. 40? 42, huh? Now what is the total? Yeah, completed. They already said 192 total. Now what we calculate here? Individual orders. This much of complexity is there in this material, in this problem. Are you okay, sir? Now, open your material. I solved clearly. Do you understand the problem here? Do you identify the complexity? Okay, then fine. Problem number 10. Sorry, not 10. It's a June 25 question paper. So what is the first requirement? Estimation of activity cost driver rate of P limited as per ABC. Now how to calculate? What is the format we are using? Activity, cost driver, cost, volume of activity. Now activity, setup cost, store cost, inspection, material handling cost. Sir, they given 5. Why you consider only 4? Go and check the question paper. They provided 5 cost, activity cost, but you consider only 4. That is additional point 1. The first material handling cost, not a material handling, maintenance, mission, operation and maintenance cost you have to allocate to remaining all in the ratio of 4:3:2. That's why I consider only setup, store, inspection, material. Now when come to the cost driver, we identified number of production runs 96. How you get means working note. Store cost, number of requisitions, working note. Inspection, working note. Orders executed, given. Now please tell me the setup cost. 20,000, huh? Wrong answer. 20,000 plus 4/9 of the 63,000. That is a mistake. I identified with red color. Yes or no, sir? ఎందుకంటే నేను కూడా తప్పేసి. Okay. 20,000 plus 63,000 into 4/9. Now total 48,000 is the cost divided with the volume of activity. 96 production runs. Per production run Next, store cost. Amount of store cost divided by number of requisitions. Total number of requisitions 200. Amount of cost, please 15,000 plus allocation of the first overhead. 36,000 divided by 200 requisitions. 180 per requisition. Inspection. They said production runs use. Amount of cost 10,000 plus part of the 16,3,000. 24,000 divided by number of production runs 96. 250 per production run. Now material handling cost 2592 divided by number of orders executed 192. 13 per order execution. Are you okay? Step 1 completed. What is the step 2? Allocation. Activity, product or service. Now setup allocation. How you allocate setup? Activity into cost driver rate. What activity they said? Production runs. Now I want individual production runs. That is the purpose I did a working note. Are you clear, ma? Now see here, production runs calculation. But cost driver rate, I don't want individual, I want a total. That is the point I said in the initial of the question. Total activity we are used for cost driver rate calculation. Individual we are used for allocation. Okay now? Next, store cost allocation. How to allocate store cost? Activity into cost driver rate. What is activity? Requisitions are. Now total requisitions are 200. What about the individual? 50 each. Total requisitions how many, ma? How would that get 200? Each 50. Total products are 4. We multiplied 50 into 4, na? What about per product? 50. 50 into 180. 50 into how many orders? Oh, cost driver rate 180 only now. 50 into 180. 50 into 180. Next, ma, inspection. How to allocate inspection? What activity? Production run into cost driver rate. You already know the production runs individually 30, 25, 20, 21, and you also have a cost driver rate 250. Material handling cost. Order execution into cost driver rate. What about the individual order execution? They said total 192. You have to figure out. That is a working note. 60, 50, 40, 42. Now we will get allocated amount. What is the step 3? Allocated amount divided by number of units. 720, 600, 480, 504. You will get cost per unit. ABC is completed. Workbook related few problems is there. They all are similar to CRT. There is no new points. So ABC related, all difficult points, all easy points, all patterns and presentation is over. You have any doubts, ask me now. So when it comes to the question paper of SCM, you can easily touch this question. But it is not 100% assurance. Sometimes they will use this kind of problems. At the time of problem, at the time of situation, check another basic problems is there or not. If it is not there, go with this one only. But don't use your brain at initial stage of the exam. ఏవైతే స్టెప్ వైజ్ అయిపోతాయో, ఏవైతే ఫార్ములాస్ లేకుండా ఆలోచించకుండా వర్క్ అయిపోతాయో అవే చేయి. ఎప్పుడైతే నువ్వు బ్రెయిన్ వాడడం స్టార్ట్ చేస్తావో మెంటల్ వేసిపోద్ది. ఇంకా ప్రతి చిన్న పాయింట్ని కూడా భూతద్దం పెట్టి దిగుతావు. ఇలా ఈగుడు వీడేదో ఇచ్చాడు ఇట్లా వెళ్ళిపోద్ది మైండ్ సెట్. వద్దు. ఓకే సార్, థ్యాంక్ యూ. విల్ మీట్ టుమారో.